Welcome everybody to the first ever Star Sailing League Showdown final. We're in the beautiful Bahamas where 36 of the world's top sailors have flown in to compete for a brand new trophy in this sport, plus a respectable amount of prize money, $200,000 in total. Now, when we say the best sailors in the world, well, they don't come much better than Robert Scheid with 5 Olympic medals, 2 golds, 2 silvers and a bronze. He's sailing with his powerhouse crew, Bruno, Prada, and these guys are absolutely on fire. Plus we have the likes of Paul Cayard, 7 times America's Cup campaigner, racing with Austin Sperry, plus many, many more, which we'll come to in a moment in our live coverage using Virtual Eye. Now let's have a quick look at the race format. The competition is over 4 days with a reserve day on the end if we need it. All 18 teams compete for the first 9 races over days 1, 2 and 3, and they're all trying to make the top 10 cut to progress to day 4. So 8 crews will be dropped, 10 will race with a fresh score sheet, and they need a 7th place and above to move to the next race, the semi-final, where 7 will compete to get into the final. Then just 4 teams will race for the glory of becoming the Star Sailors League champion, plus $40,000 for top prize, $30,000 for second, and $25,000 for third. Now, conditions were absolutely perfect yesterday, so let's have a look at the video highlights.
Welcome to the first ever grand final of the Star Sailors League, where an incredible lineup of 18 renowned teams from 13 nations are set to face 9 races in the 3 days of qualifiers, with the top 10 teams then advancing to the knockout finals on Saturday. The elite of sailors are here in the Bahamas, counting numerous world and Olympic champions, including 12 Olympic medalists and legends of the sailing world. A great start from the Italians Negri and Lambertenghi, who opened the day with 2 race wins. Olympian Negri competed at the 2008 Olympics and was thriving back in the action amongst the world's best sailors, delivering a very consistent performance. He chose the left side of the track and sailed clear from the rest of the pack, easily scoring his first 2 bullets, following up with a solid performance in the next 2 races to score a 6th and 9th. A start that guarantees him a place in the top 10 who qualify to the finals on Saturday. The Brazilian superstars Scheid and Prada, who are back together in the star class after their bronze medal at the 2012 Olympics, have both opted for new Olympic campaigns, in the later for Scheid and the Finn for Prada. But they haven't forgotten the secrets of their success in the star class, as the 2011 and 2012 world champions put in an aspiring performance to claim top 4 finishes across the day's races and claim the overall leaderboard on day 1. Fresh from his 12th World Championship title in the laser class, Scheid is in the winning groove and is right up there amongst the favourites to win the Star Sailors League trophy.
I'm pretty happy with that, 4 races in the top 5, and we're very tired. It's been a long day, 4 races out there, but happy with how things went. I think we are improving hour by hour in the boat.
An impressive performance was also on from 2012 Olympians Mendelblatt and Fati, who battled it out with the Polish Olympians Kuźnierowicz and Zitsky, and the Norwegian Olympian Melleby, who is racing USA crew Strube. All 3 had solid races in the top 5, and the points margin is extremely close, with just 5 points separating these 3 teams. A great example of how close racing is took place at the finish of race 4 today, where 7 boats crossed the line with less than 5 seconds between them. Small details matter and will ultimately define the winner in the end. After 4 tough races, it is Brazil's Scheid and Prada who top the leaderboard with a 2-point advantage over Italy's Negri and Lambertenghi in second, with the USA's Mendelblatt and Fati just 2 points behind in third. 2 more race days and 5 more races to complete the qualification series. Expect to see predictably close racing amongst these masters of the star class in the ultimate challenge to claim the Star Sailors League final.
Well, great video highlights. Let's have a little quick review, couple of minute review before we go out to the race course. We're going to look at yesterday's race 4. All 18 crews jostling for position on the start line. You see 2 American boats, Zabo and Hornus and Revkin on the pin end, and the Brazilian flag of Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada in the middle. It seems to be their favourite position, getting a bit of clean air around themselves. It's quite clever. And early on, the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi taking an earlier lead. Should explain that there are a bunch of Finn sailors amongst the fleet on wild card entries, and amongst those is PJ Posmar and Ed Wright, a couple of others. Heading up that first beat, it's a windward-leeward course, which we believe they're going to run again today. Conditions yesterday about 16 knots, perfect sailing. Great sailing by the Marazzi brothers, a little dog leg around before the downwind leg. Now PJ Posmar sailing with Eduardo Natucci. They didn't do so well in the first 3 races. Spoke to PJ this morning at breakfast, and he was telling us that he had a little bit of gear trouble on his boat. This is the first time he's ever sailed in a Finn, in a star. He's a Finn Olympian, came 4th at the Olympics in London last year in the UK. Then heading back up the course. Marazzi brothers doing extremely well. The first 2 races were won by the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi. 2 bullets. They looked like the guys to beat. But here was PJ Posmar and Eduardo Natucci showing some experienced star sailors how it's done, which is quite a result. And this is the dream of the Star Sailors League, which is to have some of the best ranked star sailors in the world from the new Star Sailors League, from all the competitions through the year, turn up here, throw in a few wild cards for legends like Paul Kayard, and then bring in some rookie sailors, some youngsters of early 20s to give them a bit of experience. That is the format, that's the mix of sailors. And just look here on the final leg, how incredibly close it is. You've got about 7-8 boats, all vying for line honours in race 4. Posmar is up there with the Marazzis, Mendelblatt, Scheid, Kuznierovic, and just a few seconds between the top 7 boats there. Phenomenal racing in race 4. Just have a look at that as a slow-mo replay. Marazzi nearest us is going to take the line first, but just look how close that bunch is. And that is the level of competition, that is the level of skill that we have here, and it's a good indication of what is to come today. So now we're pretty close to the race start, out on the water. We have a commentator on the water, Loué Habib, and we're going to check in with Loué with under a minute to go. Loué, how's it looking? Okay, we can't, we're on mobile phone signal with Loué and can't hear him at the moment. We'll have another go, we'll dial him up. Under 30 seconds to go. Boats jockeying for the line. We don't have video pictures from the race course. We're going to look at everything on virtual eye, a powerful tool. Probably one of the most impressive pieces of technology that has unlocked the understanding of sailing, in my view. And we can find out who's winning pretty much at all times, how the wind is shifting, how the course is looking. Posmar Natucci not looking so good at the back rank. We've seen Robert Scheid always in the middle of the bunch, and you can see him is on port tack. Oh, he's having to duck some of the sailors there. Not a great start by the brilliant Brazilians. And it's looking like Paul Cayard and Austin Sperry getting off to an absolutely humdinging start. We're dialing up old Louis out there on the water, seeing if we can patch into Louis, the eyes and ears of the races out there on the water. Louis, we're relying on a mobile phone signal to talk to you. Can you hear us, mate?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Digby. You getting me?
Yeah, all perfect. So, Louis, just how is it? How are conditions today? What is the feeling out there? Describe it.
Well, you know, the champagne conditions are often overused, but believe you me, looking at it out here, we've got sparkling blue water. We've got about 12 knots of breeze. It's due to build it even more. There's definitely some more significant waves than last time. Bit of deja vu. The Italian team Negri and Lambertenghi won the pin end, and they are heading off to the left. It looks like left's going to pay. But we don't have that big cloud to the right anymore, so left's really, really solid. Another cracking start by a rookie. We got Maloney Bjorn out on the left-hand side. They had another cracking start. But would you believe it?
Well, nice going, Louis. Incredible start again by Negri and Lambertenghi. These guys won the first two races of the Star Sailors League, and they're lying second overall. And we spoke to Diego Negri this morning and Sergio Lambertenghi, and they were absolutely on fire, and they're probably going to play it a little bit more conservatively. So we're just going to run that little interview picture in picture while we'll still look at the virtual eye. With Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. Diego, a stellar result yesterday, 2 bullets and consistent results. I think you're second going into day 2. What's going well for you?
That's what I expected. I was working hard for this event and I missed the Olympic Games in 2012. So it was 1 year and a half that I was waiting to sail with these guys. And that's why on the first opportunity I had, I tried to do my best and we had this bullet. The second one was unexpected, but anyway, it was a good surprise.
Okay, and talk about today a little bit. It looks windier, we can see behind you, everyone's preparing. There's a little bit more breeze. What difference will that make?
The condition probably will be like, in the beginning will be like yesterday at the end of the day. At the end of the day we go up to 16 knots, I think, and so today we'll start from 16 knots and probably the wind grow up to 19 probably.
Okay, and Sergio, 4 races are on day 1 of the Star Sailors League. You're hiking out of these boats, working incredibly hard, and you're allowed to pump a lot more in this. There's no restriction on physical pumping. How hard is that?
It's quite hard, but it's a completely different work when we sail normally without the pumping rule, and it makes a difference because the force you do is dynamic, so you not get a backache or whatever when you sail this way. I mean, it's hard because at the end of the run you're just breathing hard and everything, but it's fine. I mean, it's fine. I thought worse than this.
But after 4 races, I mean, what do you do to kind of decompress your back?
We have some stretching in the evening when we go back to the hotel, then shower, and then some rest, and everything is fine. I mean, early going to bed, and everything is okay. It's fine.
So final question, Diego. I mean, you're obviously extremely serious about this competition. You're here to win it. You know, there's prize money at stake. You guys are on form. You're on fire. You're going into day 2. Just give us a little insight into your game plan, your strategy today.
I think that everybody has the same pressure on the prize money. My strategy, at least the game, just asks us to be in the top 10 for the last day. So maybe don't waste too many energies and try to keep the position and just reach the top 10 position to be in the final in the last day. So that's the game. We have a bit of advantage, so we can maybe be less tired this evening and wait the other for tomorrow.
Well done, gentlemen. Good luck today, and let's hope for that top 10 for you.
Thank you very much.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille. Well, a stellar first day for Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, and look, the picture tells the story. These guys absolutely on fire. Negri has been training hard for this event. He really wants to win, and he's taking the competition to some of the best sailors in the world, leading by 34 meters over Maloney and Bjorn. Now these guys are youngsters. They're Maloney's from New Zealand. He's a Finn sailor. He's a rookie in the class, and look at him coming second here in this race. And right behind him is Hornos and Revkin. Josh Revkin, youngster, 23. One of the rookie sailors, Rohar Ponson. Xavier Rohart is ranked #1 in the Star Sailors League, sailing with his colleague Ponceau. And there's Paul Kayard sailing with Austin Sperry, doing a great job there. Paul Kayard, he's been out of the Star for a few years to run the Artemis campaign, the America's Cup campaign. He's in good shape. He's physically very fit, but he says he's a little bit rusty on sailing the Star. Augie Diaz right behind him, 59 from Miami, the oldest sailor in the fleet, but it's fantastic to see 23-year-olds taking on 59-year-olds, and that is the attraction of sailing. You can sail it at all ages. And there is Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada in the middle of the fleet playing conservative. Scheidt is a master of fleet racing tactics, and he's playing the middle, going a little bit up the left-hand side. Big split in the fleet overall, and Scheidt is leading overall, and he is an absolute weapon on a race course, and he's sailing with his buddy Bruno Prada, and these guys are going to be hard to beat. Stanyek and Klein from Germany, they're holding in there with Melleby, Strub, Melleby from Denmark, Strub from the USA, playing up the middle, and just further up Kuznirovic with Zicki, Matt Kuznirovic, another great Finn sailor, great competitor. Right next to them, Ed Wright, a Finn specialist, never been on a Star before. He's sailing with an experienced Star sailor, Pedersen. And then the Marazzi brothers from Switzerland. They're doing extremely well. They had a few stellar results yesterday. They're in the running. Lobert, Rambo, 2 rookies, again from Finn. Postmar and Natucci. Postmar, JP, 4th at the Olympics last year in the Finn class. Never sailed a Star before this regatta. He had 2 or 3 days training, and there he is, doing extremely well. With the Germans, Polgar and Coy, heading out to the right-hand course, with the Americans, Szabo and Moss, and furthest right, Mendelblatt and Fatih, with Hespeak and Olesen right behind them. So in the studio, we're here in Nassau Yacht Club. Right next to me is Chris, our vision mixer, and we have John and Bridie from Virtual Eye running this incredible software, giving us a whole overview, a heli's eye view. And just joining us in the studio, we have Michel Niklaus. He's going to sit down. All change on the mics, and Michel, settle in, and let's get into the racing a little bit. So to bring you up to speed, Michel is one of the founders of the Star Sailors League, the spokesman for the Star Sailors League. You're a passionate, keen Star Sailor yourself. And look at this, Negri Lambertenghi off to an absolutely flying start. They had 2 race wins yesterday, and the Italians are absolutely on fire.
Yeah. I'm coming now with you. Hello, all the team. I'm very happy to come here. I have only one information. Dennis Conner is coming to now, and he will comment back in few minutes with us in front of all the guys. Only one thing. Here I'm coming now. I see that Paul Kayard is 6 now. I mean, it's great performance now. He's coming. It's not so easy for him to come from a big boat, and we see that they are crazy good sailor.
Yeah. Well, Kayard, as we said just a little bit earlier, he spent a lot of the past few years running the America's Cup campaign, the Artemis campaign, hasn't been focusing on the Star class, so he's kind of a little bit rusty, but as we said earlier, he's in really good shape, physically good shape.
Absolutely.
And he is such a world-class competitor that after perhaps a little rusty start yesterday, he's in the mix now, 6th place in race number 5, and doing extremely well. And obviously, Negri and Lambertenghi leading overall, with Scheidt and Prada in the mix as well. And these guys are fierce competitors, with Maloney, the Kiwi, up there in the mix as well.
It will be a big fight back. Maloney, yesterday we saw in the replay that sometimes it's for 2 meters to be first in the first mark. And we know that in these classes, 2 meters are so like a world.
It was incredible. The finish of race number 4 yesterday, Michel, was unbelievable. 7 boats crossing the line within about a second.
Yeah.
It was. It just shows how close these boats really are. There isn't a massive difference in speed between these boats. Robert Scheid's coach, Luca, was telling us yesterday that really between the bottom mark and the top mark, there may be 4 boat lengths difference in boat speed. So these boats are very, very tightly matched. So it's kind of all about skill. It's all about sailors, and it's all about the sailors' skill and reading the tactics and the knowledge. So it's a great class to invite some of the top sailors and throw in the wild cards and to mix the rookies in from the classes like the Finn and the Tornado and the 49er to get them into this Star Sailors League. So we're into a fantastic scenario today. This is the first race of 3 today, race number 5, and it looks like the Italians top of the leaderboard. Now,
we are
Michel.
happy to see that Marcus Coy and Johannes Polgar does a good race today. Yesterday they don't have enough speed. They don't have enough competition, especially from Johannes. But it's a good competitor, and we know that now I see that he is 4th. He find back the speed.
Well, Johannes Polgar from Germany, we caught up with him this morning as they were preparing their boats, and we'll keep Virtual Eye flying and play a little interview to hear from Johannes Polgar. So we're here with Johannes Polgar, superstar sailor from Germany. Johannes, day 2 of the Star Sailors League. How's it going for you guys? What's going well? What's going badly? How's it all going?
Oh, well, the competition here is going very well, except for the results so far. I think we have a lot of the rankings to climb today. We really heated up for it. It was a bit rusty yesterday, and now today I actually feel really good. The wind is fantastic. We have, you look out there and you think it's going to be the best day sailing ever. So that's what we expect, and of course we expect better results.
Well, there's a lot of pressure, of course, to get into that top 10.
Yes.
Everything must be about top 10. There's nothing else counts out there. How tough is that?
Oh man, you saw the results yesterday. It was so close. It's incredible. We had boats within 2 seconds. We had 7-8 boats passing the finishing line, and I've never seen competition so close. And I'm sure today everyone will have to fight like a devil to make this top 10.
I think it's going to be incredibly physical out there.
Yes.
You know, we're talking 18, maybe 20 knots. You're still doing a windward-leeward course, I understand. Just how hard physically is it going to be for you?
Oh, and yesterday I went to bed at 9 o'clock. I made some exercise this morning just to make the muscles all work again. Obviously, the guys who've been sailing a lot in the last time, they are already in shape. You can see muscles build up really tough, and yeah, it's extremely physical. Yeah.
Well, good luck today, and good luck in getting into that top 10. Cheers, mate.
Thank you, Dickie.
Well, Johannes Polgar doing extremely well today. He's kind of pretty fired up. You can see a little gleam in his eye. He's really hungry for this, as are all the sailors here at the Star Sailors League Grand Finale in Nassau, the Bahamas. Well, the racing going up towards the top mark. Let's just see how things are going. Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi leading just over Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. Kayard and Sperry in the mix in 3rd. They're going to be pleased with that, with fellow Americans right behind them. 4th, Mendelblatt and Farty, with the Kiwi Maloney sailing with Bjorn, and then the Frenchman Rohard Ponceau in 6th, and another pair of rookie sailors, Hornos and Revkin, in 7th, and Johannes Polgar, Marcus Coy in 8th. So in the studio we have the president of the Star class, Bill Allen, and it's an honor to have you with us, Bill. And I know you've got a bit of a croaky voice, but you know, we don't have to talk too much. Just tell us what are your impressions of what you're seeing here?
Yeah, it's just great to be here. This is an amazing event put on by Star Sailors League, and it's a tremendous benefit for them, and also the halo effect for the Star class. So we're very excited to be part of it, and to have 18 of the top sailors of any class in the world here is just amazing. And you can tell from the closeness of the competition that that everybody is just about equal, and people are going to be up and down the leaderboard all week long. You can also see, if you watch the video, the boats are very evenly matched in speed, and you see you don't see one boat moving past another. It's very tactical. Some of the boats are choosing to go to the right side of the course, some to the left side of the course, and they feel that the wind pressure or the direction might be a little bit more favored in those areas. But we'll see when we get to the first mark. That's where it all kind of shapes up. I've been sailing these boats for 45 years, and so sometimes I don't know why they're going fast or slow, but it'll be real interesting, and I think we'll be amazed at how close they are when they get to the first mark. That's where all the decisions and the strategy takes shape.
Well, we can see Negri and Lambertenghi, approaching that starboard ley line, and they're going to hit that first and tack any second now, with Kayard and Sperry right behind them. And boats spread out, coming in from the right, coming up from the left, and we'll see how that leaderboard looks as they go round the top mark. Now, we haven't spoken to Louis Habib, our on-the-water commentator, for a little while. Louis is on a mobile phone, and I can hear the crackle of the water. Louis, it's going to be pretty tight round this top mark.
Yes, it is, but just to talk about Negri and Lambertenghi, a quick chat with Negri yesterday, and he said, with just a little bit of speed, you can look like a tactical genius, and that's what they did. They took the left, they took Coffin Corner, but because nobody could force them on that port tack, they had that little bit of extra speed, they got away, and nobody's going to stop them. The interesting thing, at the top mark, that is, and the interesting thing is Robert Scheidt almost kept a little bit away from them, as if he knew that they had that extra ounce of speed and he didn't want to engage them. But just remember, it's the top 10 that go through, okay? So there's a load of boats in the danger zone. At the moment, we're at the halfway stage of the qualifiers. Negri and Scheidt look like they're going to make that final. But it's all on behind that. My word, you should see this wall of boats coming in here. Plenty of shouting, lead bowing. I mean, it's just all going on, Digby.
Well, Louis, we've got on-the-water umpires, and keep an eye out for protests and penalties, and let us know what's going on there. But talk us through as the boats go round.
Okay, well, a real bullish attitude there from the Polish team, Kuźniewski and Jutski, pushing their way in. They have not found a space, and they are doing penalty turns. The Norwegian team, Mellenbu, he's decided not to engage, and he's gone round losing a load of spaces. But look like the Polish team there were doing some turns, trying to push in at the mark without any room. Apart from that, they all look clear, but there's no daylight in between these boats. Literally, first to last, you can see it on virtual eye. There is a massive fight going on right through the fleet, Sydney.
Well, some of these guys just squeezing round. We saw Xavier Rohard and his crew, Ponceau, just inching upwind and getting round that top mark and just making it looks like. So they have a little spreader mark to spread them out for safety. It's a windward-leeward course. Wind is about 13, 14 knots out there on the race course. And downwind, I guess, is where all the action is going to happen, or any sort of overtaking lanes come up.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. A lot of the guys are just trying to get around that first mark in good shape because they know that they're very fast downwind. Robert Scheidt in particular has shown to be extremely fast downwind, which is one of the reasons he doesn't choose to engage as much upwind. He knows that if he can just kind of stay clear and stay in the top group, then he can do his magic downwind. And there's some other guys that definitely feel the same way. You can tell some of the guys are going off on a right jibe, and some have jibed right away at the mark, and they think that might give them a little bit of an advantage.
Well, we'll fly up and see what the big picture looks like using this fantastic tool, Virtual Eye, developed in New Zealand by those clever people. And there is the big picture. Negri, Lambertenghi, and the majority of the sailors heading down the right side as they look down the course. Maloney, Bjorn heading down the left side as they look down the course, with Marazzi and Marazzi right behind them. So a bit of a spread in the course. Kayard and Sperry in the mix. They're going to be pleased with that. And Polgar and Coy losing a little bit on that first leg. They had a stunning start and losing a little bit. Maybe that's boat speed, maybe that's experience in the class. Not quite sure. But one thing is very sure. Negri and Lambertenghi are taking a clear lead and taking it to the competition. Now, as we're heading downwind, we did a little bit of video shooting on board Robert Scheide's boat the other day, and we spoke to Bruno Prada, his crew, about crewing on the Star. It's very unusual how they actually do this, and let's play that while we continue to watch Virtual Eye. Bruno, give us a quick masterclass in downwind sailing technique from the crew's point of view, would you?
Yeah, we are in a starboard. We are in the downwind. Downwind is the when the wind comes from behind. The sail is always open. It's a huge sail. One of the things that we do is that we roll the boat to get more speed. We have to synchronize between the crew and the skipper. This boat is a little bit slow, so we cannot do mistakes. And Robert is in control. He tell me what I should do, and because he's steering, so he has the control of the pressure of the rudder. So we have been sailing for 15 years, so we are pretty synchronized, and that's it. That's our boat downwind.
Bruno, it's quite unusual for a small boat like this for the crew to stand up there before the mast. Why is that? What are you doing?
Yeah, because I put my weight higher, and then we can roll the boat, make the roll easier of the boat. In this condition, it's pretty easy, but when we have big waves and strong wind, become very, very, very difficult. It's like surfing in a big wave. So the balance is very important.
And then obviously downwind, you can look where the wind is coming from. What kind of information are you feeding Robert?
Yeah, I'm in charge to give Robert information about where the wind, where the next puff will come from. But the final decision is always his decision. But I'm in charge to give him all the information about the wind.
And last question, how much fun is it crewing these boats?
Yeah, it's a fun. It's more fun because I'm with Robert, and we are friends since childhood. So we have a lot of fun. And sailing with Robert here in Bahamas, this amazing place, I think a lot of fun.
Well, a fantastic insight there from Bruno. And we have Bill Allen, president of the Star Class, in the studio in Nassau Yacht Club, sitting right next to me. Bill, great to have you with us. Pretty cool insight. And I understand in this regatta here, they're allowed to pump and move around as much as they like. It's not like an Olympic class regatta. There are no limits, and it's going to make it a lot more physical for these guys.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The guys last night were saying that they were so active downwind with all the rocking and pumping that they almost rested going upwind. So normally sailing doesn't allow ooching and rocking and pumping only to promote surfing and to try to use the sails a little bit more efficiently. But this regatta, we decided that we'd allow rocking and pumping in any way that you can move the boat kinetically with your body to get the boat around the course is okay. And so it's a whole different aspect, and people are, last night talking to people, they were still discussing how would be the best way. Some, I think, thought they were rocking and ooching a little too much, and it was hurting the movement of the keel and the boat through the water. So I think they're working to figure out exactly how much of that is going to be beneficial. But you can see they're very close, and in the middle, particularly between about 8th place and 13th or 14th place, is only like 50 meters, and it's just amazing how close these boats are. I think at the first mark, I roughly calculated they all made it around the first mark in around 40 seconds, which is just amazing.
Well, 40 seconds for 18 boats to get round a mark's pretty good. After, I'm guessing the first leg is about 1.2 miles, something like that. The race officer was telling us, Sharon Burke, that she was going to run slightly longer races. Going to be 3 races today. We had 4 races yesterday. Remember, 9 races in this whole qualifying round robin before we get to the deadly cut-off, the top 10. And really the battle, I think we understand that Negri and Lambertenghi, Scheid and Prada, I mean, I don't want to tempt fate, but I think these guys are going to go through. The real struggle is going to be in the middle of this pack, the middle of the fleet, like you just pointed out, you know, the boats from 7th to 13th. That's where the real battle and struggle is going to be, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But by the end of today, you'll start to, there'll be 4 or 5 guys that'll pretty much be locked in to be able to make the top 10. And so you'll see a real battle between 5th and maybe 15th. And these guys will start to look at each other, and they'll try to make sure they beat each other. And they may not necessarily be just trying to win a race, but they'll try to make sure that they're in front of 2 or 3 of the guys that they're trying to push below 10th and finish themselves above 10th. So the tactics tomorrow will be very interesting as they start to figure out how they can make the top 10.
Well, I wonder if it's with that intensity to make that cut, if we're going to see a little bit more boat-on-boat action, you know, a bit more protesting, a bit more rules playing.
Yeah, I think that could easily happen, particularly at the start. Guys that are not quite in the top 10 are going to be very aggressive because they're going to realize that the only way they're going to get in the top 10 is to have a very good result. So they're going to be aggressive, and that might mean closer boat contact with the possibility of there being some protests or some issues between boats.
Nice one, Bill. So Bill Allen, president of the Star Class, sitting with us in Nassau Yacht Club, and we can see the virtual eye leaderboard with Negri, Lambertenghi leading over Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, Mendelblatt and Fatih just leading ahead of Kayard and Sperry. Now, out on the water, we have an on-the-water commentator, the one and only Louay Habib, a famous yachting journalist. Louay, just give us an impression of what's going on out there, the conditions, the speeds. What have you noticed?
Going on, you know, what I can hear from your commentary, it's very, very interesting to see the difference in technique between Negri and Lambertenghi and Scheid and Prada. Now, the Italians have got the main a lot more further forward, and they're a lot more aggressive in the pump, whilst the Brazilian team are not putting the main out so much. They're keeping that powered up. It means they can't pump as much, but they are keeping the boat moving through the water, and for my eyeball, I would say that the Brazilian team have taken the Italian team on the water. Interestingly, the German team, Polgar and Coy, are having a fantastic downwind leg, as are Mendelblatt, the American team, who are also doing extremely well. Difference in techniques for this new idea for this class, Digby.
Thanks very much, Louay. Hey, Louay, I've got to tell you, in Nassau Yacht Club, sitting at the back of our room, just flown in after a 36-hour flight of travelling, is none other than the legendary Dennis Conner, 4 times America's Cup winner. Quick shout out to Dennis, everybody. Yay! Great to see you. Thank you. Well, Dennis is pretty tired after his long travels, but we'll try and persuade him to jump in on the mic tomorrow or the day after. But a massive honour to meet Dennis Conner, famous America's Cupper and star class aficionado. As is Bill Allen. Bill, how long have you sailed a Star?
Oh, I think I sailed my first Star regatta when I was about 14, which is about 50 years ago. So it's been a long time, and it's been a nice run. I've been president of the class for about 8 years and will only be president for another 2 weeks. So my tenure there is about done. And you can see him coming, the boat's coming up to the gate mark now, and it's extremely coached. Looks like Robert Scheid did catch Diego on the run and rounded just inside of him. Now it'll be interesting to see if they split apart or if they both want to go up more the left side.
Well, Louis Habib out there on the water. In fact, Louis, we're tracking your boat, the big white boat on our screen. Louis, just tell us, what can you see at this bottom mark?
Yeah, well, on the eyeball there, the Brazilian team, Scheidt and Prada, took out the Italians at that mark by about a boat length, and they even gave it a little niggle. The interesting thing is, at the mark, we do have a gentleman in the water. I don't think he's fallen off the boat, but I would like to see him at the moment. There's an awful lot of boats zipping around him. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, but it's a very strange place to go for a swim, Digby.
Well, I wonder if he's a photographer trying to get a great angle. You know, that mark rounding shot's pretty cool.
I would say he's having a good look. He's got something in his hand. So yeah, he's diving down now. Yeah, he's taking some underwater shots. I've no idea who it is.
Hey, Louis, are you sure it's not Carlo Belenghi, the world-renowned photographer? He's famous for getting down there.
No, I can assure you, Carlo's lens is flashing around this boat, and he's got a grin like a Cheshire cat.
Okay, Louis, back in the studio. We're looking at Virtual Eye, Hestbeek Olasen from Denmark going round at the same time as Ed Wright and Pedersen, and a fantastic battle at the front. A little tacking duel going on there, Bill, between Scheidt and Prada and Negri and Lambertenghi.
Yeah, the Italian boat tacked away and then tacked back, and they lost a little bit to the Mendelblatt Fatigue team. And it'll be interesting to see with Robert Scheidt not covering the fleet at all, but preferring to go out to the left side. And probably before too long, you'll see him consolidating on the whole fleet and tacking to port. But he's confident that going to the left side is preferred, and choosing not to cover the fleet. More in the middle, a lot of the guys have tacked to the right a little bit. A couple of them seem to feel like they want to go to the right. Rohart, Ponsot, Mendelblatt, Fati. But most of them, I think, are just tacking a little bit to clear their wind, and now they're probably going to head back to the left. But it looks like it's spreading out pretty evenly around the course for the second windward leg.
So, Bill, you're on one of these boats and you're trying to read the course, and you're playing a tactical game while being physically exhausted at the same time. Physically, you know, it's hard on the body. So it's kind of a physical chess game going out here on the water. So tactically, what are you thinking about? You're helming, you're looking up the course, you're thinking, you know, what is going to decide you to go to the left, to the right, tack up the middle? How does that work?
Yeah, it's very complex, because you are trying to concentrate on sailing the boat fast, but also is going through your mind which part of the course might be favored. You have weather reports from the night before. You may have contact with a weatherman this morning and get some reports. And then you're watching kind of what's happening on the course, what happened when you practiced right before the race, the first leg. Did puffs seem to come in from one side or the other? Was the current stronger one part of the course or the other? And an awful lot of it, when you're in a fleet this close, is just playing relative to the rest of the boats. So you want to make sure you have a strategic position with the rest of the boats. And maybe you think that the wind might be a little stronger on the left, so you'll make sure that your closest competition doesn't get to the left side of you, that you protect that side of the course. Right now you have pretty well spread out all over, and it'll be really interesting to see if any significant changes occur when they get up, because they started this leg very close, and it's about 1.2 miles, and we'll see how they end up at the top.
Well, back out on the water with Louis Habib. We know that Louis has Robert Scheidt's coach, Luca, and he's been talking to Luca about tactics and all that kind of stuff. Louis, I wonder if we could pick Luca's brains a little bit about the left-hand side of the course, the right-hand side of the course. I wonder if Luca could give us his eyeball on what's going on. How is Luca reading the course?
You know, Digby, we were just discussing that now. I'm going to put Luca on to explain why all the fleet has gone to the left. He's here right now.
Yeah, hello everybody. It's going left because the wind was keeping left for the first upwind leg, and nothing is changing in the atmosphere with the cloud and all. So the sailor was collecting the information for the first piece and just keeping going left. Somebody is behind trying to go right to discover some new option. But it looks like the left is going to be consistent even for the second upwind.
Luca, that's fantastic knowledge. And tell us, as a good friend of Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada and their coach for a few years, just kind of how fired up is Robert for this?
Oh no, it is for an athlete like Robert, it's just the information he got for the first upwind is enough to stay conservative on the second piece and just control the fleet and finish the day ahead of everybody.
Thank you very much, Luca. Great stuff. Thank you, Luca and Louis. Out on the water, we're looking at Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada now with a 30-meter lead over Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, the dynamite Italians, and they're going to cross cleanly right across their bow, and great upwind leg. It's been an interesting regatta, this, Bill. It's a new format. It's a new thing in sailing in general. And it's quite cool to happen in the star class because there are a lot of rookie sailors and then a lot of wild cards. People from the Finn class like Ed Wright and PJ Postmark coming in for the first time, and they've had 2-3 days to practice. And we saw PJ Postmark in race 4 yesterday. He didn't have such a good first 3 races, and he said he had a little bit of gear trouble, and he's probably trying to sort that out and find out where all the bits of string are on the boat. It's quite complicated. You move the mast around all the time, but talk about the boat as a vehicle to get some of these wild cards, these VIPs, and fly them in from the Tornado, the 49er. Do you think this is going to work?
Yeah, I think it's very exciting. These guys haven't had a whole lot of practice in the boat, so it's very difficult for them. There's a lot of strings to pull and a lot of different, we call it changing gears as the wind shifts a little or adjusts a little bit one way or the other, and it's very difficult. If you can change your gears and get back to top speed in 5 seconds, that's a whole lot better than 10 seconds. And it gets a little technical, but I'm sure if any of these guys that are not star sailors had a month or 2 to practice in the boat, I'm sure they'd be right up at the top. But most of them are struggling a little bit, and most of the top guys so far in the event are guys that have been top star sailors for many years. So it is difficult, but I think it's extremely exciting that these guys have gotten into the boat, got a taste of it. In the parking lot, they're talking about how exciting it is, and that the effect of drawing younger people to the boat is very positive. We're extremely excited about it, and I think it should really help the star class.
Nice one. Well, John from Virtual Eye, I wonder if we could fly into PJ Postma and Eduardo Natucci lying 10th overall. And these guys are in contention. They're in the top 10 leaderboard at the moment and overall, and they had that stunning result in race number 4. We caught up this morning with PJ as they were rigging their boats, and let's have a little chat while we look at his boat. PJ Postma, top Finn sailor, 4th at the London Games last year. You had a stellar result in race 4, but it's taking you a while to get into this star sailing. Talk us through it.
Yeah. It was yesterday a great conditions on the water. 4 races, fierce fights, but it was good. We're learning. For us, it's new. And we had quite a good day. We had the breakage of the jib sheet. So on race 3, we had a little bit of down result. But big fight on race 4 and managed to get 2nd. Yeah. It's all about making that top 10. So how confident are you of trying to get into that top 10? Well, confident or not, yes or no, it doesn't matter to us too much. We'll just push all we can today. It will be even a bit more breeze, 20 knots, and we'll fight for it every inch, every meter. And we'll just take care, we'll be there.
And last question, just the physical side of this. You're a fin sailor. Fin sailors are some of the fittest athletes in the whole sailing world. Do you think that's going to play to your advantage today? More wind, more physicality on these boats?
Hope so, yeah. Oh, we'll have some action definitely. And physical, you have to push the boat also, but it's also a lot about the feeling. And the combination is challenging. So great to be here.
Well done and good luck today. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Well, PJ, Bill, big smiles. He has the biggest smile around the club. He's a fantastic athlete and a very nice guy. And it's just great to get characters like that involved with the Star class and coming as a wild card to the Star Sailors League. And this is just a little taste of things to come. There are big plans for the Star Sailors League.
Yeah, it's very exciting. A lot of the top Star Sailors the past 6 or 8 years have been guys that came from the fin class. It's kind of a natural progression from big people that sail fins and big people that sail stars. So it's been a natural progression, and we've enjoyed welcoming all of them. And if we can have a few more, and then the word gets back to other fin sailors that this might be something they look forward to as they move through their sailing careers, it's exciting. It's a good recruiting area for us.
Well, talk about recruiting. I mean, the Star class is legendary for having connections with other classes, and some of the top sailors have kind of graduated to the Star class, and then some of the top sailors have graduated kind of almost to the America's Cup, and in the same room as us is Dennis Conner. But there are a lot of sailors like Paul Cayard, the regatta director of this year's America's Cup, Ian Murray, famous Australian star sailor. Some big names associated with the America's Cup, also with the Star class. Kind of talk about that a little bit. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think the class, for all the time that I've been in it, has always attracted the top sailors. And back when Dennis Conner was winning worlds, and Lowell North and Bill Buchan, and right through, it's always attracted the top sailors. So therefore, the top sailors are drawn to the class to sail against the best. And I think that has been a particular draw to the boat for a long time. Of course, we were in the Olympics until recently, but now the Star Sailors League has kind of picked up a little bit of an elite sailor aspect that the Olympics no longer provides. So we're very excited to kind of have a transition into this for the pro sailor, the top sailor. But the attraction of the top sailors and a very technical, challenging boat, I think, has been what's always drawn top people to the class.
Thank you, Bill. Good insight. Really enjoying that. Great to have you with us, by the way. Thank you very much for joining us.
It's very nice to be here.
So, back to the leaderboard. Scheid and Prada over Negri Lambertenghi. Mendel Black Farty in fourth. Cayard Sperry fourth there. Polgar Coy fifth. Rohard Ponceau sixth. Very consistent from Xavier Rohard, ranked number 1 in the Star Sailors League. Stanyek and Clean having a good race in race number 5 of the finale of the Star Sailors League here in Nassau in the Bahamas. 8th is Hornos and Josh Revkin from the States, youngsters, just 23, 25 years old, those two, with JP Postma and Eduardo Natucci just claiming another scalp there, battling away in 8th and 9th. Augie Diaz, the elder statesman of the class here. It's great to see a 59-year-old taking on 23-year-olds. As we said earlier in this race, there's a fantastic thing about sailing is you can keep going, you can keep racing at the top level well into your grey-haired years. The Marazzi brothers from Switzerland in 11th. They had a very nice race number 4 yesterday. Zabo and Moss in 12th. Maloney, the young Kiwi, with sailing with Bjorn in 13th. Hesbeek from Denmark and Olesen, the two Danes, in 14th. Ed Wright, the Finn sailor, sailing with Pedersen in 15th. Melleby and Strube, 16th. Lobert, Rambo in 17th. And Mateusz Kuznierovic, sailing with Zicki, his crewmate, in 18th. Mateo Kuznierovic, incredible sailor, a very strong competitor on the Olympic scene. And there is the spread. Kuznierovic there, right on the right-hand side. I wonder if he's taking a little bit of a flyer, trying to just see if anything's going to work out there, Bill.
I think he very well might be. I noticed right after the start, maybe he had some struggles right at the start because he was behind right away. And with this caliber of fleet and even speed, it's very difficult to gain, from 18th more than just a few places. So I think he's kind of hanging out there hoping maybe something will happen on the right side and he can pick up 6 or 8 places rather than just fight for 1 or 2. He's a very good sailor. He was ISAF Sailor of the Year at about 20 years old in 1999s, and he's been a champion fin sailor and a champion star sailor. He's won the Star Worlds twice, and just a really great guy. We've been really happy to have him come from the fin class.
Okay, there's a big picture on Virtual Eye with Scheid and Prada leading Negri and Lambertenghi, Mendel, Black and Fatih with Kayard and Sperry in the mix at the top of the leaderboard. Out on the water, we have our famous on-the-water commentator, Loué Habib. He's on the press boat. He has the world-famous photographer, Carlo Belenghi, with him. It's attracting some good media attention, just beginning to kind of get some traction. But Loué, the eyes and ears on the racecourse. The boats are approaching the top mark. Scheid is about to tack over onto the ley line. What can you tell us?
Well, what I can tell you is that Scheid and Prada absolutely nailed the ley line on the left-hand side. And considering they've only got a compass on board, 600, 700 metres away from the mark, you can't possibly know that unless you've got a sixth sense to hit that ley line. If you're out by just 5 degrees, you'll be 500 metres out by the time you get up here. But he's absolutely nailed it and put some daylight between him and the Italian Negri and Medemblatt. The left definitely paid, and Robert Scheid has got himself in a fantastic position here. Next around the mark is Negri and Lambertenghi, followed closely by Medemblatt, the American pair. But what's really nice to see, and I really do mean this from the bottom of my heart, is that Paul Kayard and Austin Sperry have pulled themselves up to 4th. I was in the rig with them this morning, and they were in fantastic spirits talking about this event. And it's great to see them doing so well in this first race today. Back to you, Digby.
Thanks very much, Loué. Much appreciated. And Paul Kayard, he's such a legend in sailing. You know, he's run America's Cup campaigns. He's done 7 America's Cups as a helmsman with Moro di Venezia, the incredible Italian campaign back in the day. And here he is continuing in the Star. We understand he started racing stars at about 18 years old, so it's one of his first kind of big-time sailing professional steps into this professional world, and he's just carried on.
Yeah, he started crewing on star boats at about 18 years old in San Francisco Bay, which is certainly a difficult place to sail with the strong winds there. But he's won the Star Worlds and many other championships, and of course his America's Cup legacy is fantastic. He hadn't sailed a star in 3 or 4 years, more than once or twice maybe, and he knew going into it that it was going to be a little bit of a learning curve going up, and he was just hopeful to kind of hang in there the first 2 or 3 races, and looks like maybe he's making a move now. Maybe he's starting to get the rust off, and Austin Sperry is a tremendous crew, went to the Olympics in 19 and with John Dane, and will be real interesting to see if they're able to maintain a top-level performance throughout the rest of the week. This should give them a good boost toward qualifying to the top 10, which again, for the first 3 days, that's all they really care about.
Well, in Virtual Eye, we can see the actual boat that our commentator Loué is on, the big press boat. Loué, we're going to come back out to you. Boats hammering around the little spreader leg. What can you tell us?
Well, yeah, the fleet has slightly spread out. We didn't have such a bundle as we did at the end of the first beat. 2 boats that came in pretty boldly were most definitely Maloney and Bjorn, and also Posma, the Dutchman. But no real instant the top mark. Having said that, I can see poor old Ed Wright and Morland Pedersen doing turns again. They got some of the last top mark, but yeah, the fleet's sort of spread out a fair bit, and yeah, it's certainly not as tight a pack. But the downwind is where places can be taken, I think, Digby. Back to you.
Thank you very much. It's interesting to note, Bill, that Mateusz Kuzniewicz with his crew, Zitsky, have climbed up on that leg. We saw them go upwind. We saw them go out to the right, take a little bit of a flyer, see what they could do out there. They were lying 18th, back of the fleet, and now they've climbed up to 12th. Quite a nice performance there.
Yeah, and it could be very important. That's 6 points in the scoring. And probably each one of these guys is going to have a throw out in the 15, 12 range. And if he can make this to a 10th or 12th and have it count, it might really boost him into the top, a more secure position in the top 10.
Okay, well, it is all about making that top 10. No doubt about it, Scheid and Prada are going to be in that top 10. I say that, I don't want to tempt fate or anything like that, but I think we can put some good money on these guys making the cut, as we can with Negri and Lambertenghi. I mean, those two teams are absolutely on fire. I think they're the standout teams so far into race 5 of the Star Sailors League grand finale here in Nassau in the Bahamas. But we can't say that about anybody else. Everyone else, you know, pretty much the rest of the fleet are jostling and jockeying. And they all need to make that top 10. And then, of course, the points just get wiped. Their performance up till now is kind of irrelevant. Once they make that top 10, it's a fresh, it's a clean sheet, and they need to make the top 7. So it's quite a brutal type of competition. I know Xavier Rohart, the French sailor, he's ranked first in the Star Sailors League. He's one of the founders of the sport. Very much the sport has come from the sailors. It's a kind of innovation from the actual competitors and the athletes. And Xavier was telling us that really, you know, they wanted to get to the end of a regatta, and whoever wins that final race is the winner of the event. That was the absolute be-all and end-all. And so they spent quite a lot of time figuring out how that's going to work. And he sort of based it a little bit on ATP tennis, you know, with the round robins and then the semi-finals, the quarter-finals, semi-finals, and then the finals. So, you know, pretty brutal, pretty hard compared to the normal Olympic class style regatta where you do X number of races, everyone competing, and then there's a big old points match-up. And then the Olympics, of course, moved to a top 10 medal race. They're moving in that direction, and they're actually beginning to make more moves in that direction. But it's quite cool to see the sailors themselves take the innovation and, you know, take the reins of what they're doing, take the reins of their own destinies, their own competition.
Yeah, it's very interesting, something to try. Sailing does include a significant amount of luck, and so to have all the results on one race has always been a little bit of a danger, but I think it's very much worth trying. You go to sports like golf, where what you do on Thursday is just as important as what you do on Sunday, whereas tennis or the 100-meter dash or swimming, the final race does determine medals. And it certainly is more exciting for the media when the person that crosses the finish line first can go right over and be the gold medalist and interviewed as the gold medalist. And so I think the Star Sailors League is trying to respond to that and make it exciting for the media. And I think the sailors have really embraced it. I think for the majority of weekend sailing events, they kind of still like the consistency to be rewarded. But for something like this, and for something like the Olympics, to have a lot of extra points on the last race, or in this case, the full decision being on the last race, is pretty significant. At the Olympics, they count the last race double. So it's not wiping points clean and deciding the medals, although I've been involved in a lot of ISAF meetings, and they have discussed that in great detail of how to make the last race more significant. And I would expect that would be a trend that would be in the Olympics as well.
Well, I think a lot of classes are going to be looking at this competition, at this format, the Star Sailors League. It's a new format, new competition. It's been set up this year. A lot of, about 2-3 years work put into this, and very interesting innovation. And as I said yesterday, I think the ripples of what is going on here will kind of spread around the sailing world, the sailing competition. People are going to be interested. I know Louis out on the water had a few top-class, well-known 49er sailors phone him up and say, Louis, this is amazing. How on earth are we going to get involved in this? How do we get involved? So, this is just a kind of early days, and I'm sure the format and the structure and the pizzazz and the showbiz will kind of ripple out into the rest of the sailing world.
I think that's absolutely true. It's kind of a new trial, and of course, it's all about the athletes. The Star Sailors League has made it clear that this is about promoting athletes and who are the best, and some vehicles that can determine that. And of course, we're very happy that the Starboat was picked as a vehicle for that, and for the first one to see how it works out. I'm sure it'll transition a little bit, and there'll be some things they've learned, and they might not look exactly the same next year. But I think the idea of having a qualifying knockout type format, I think, is pretty attractive, and I would think that would probably work its way through sailing, ripple through sailing in the next few years.
Well, Bill, thank you very much. Good insight. Great to have you with us in the Nassau Yacht Club. So back to the leaderboard. Scheid and Prada still leading, extending that lead to 35 metres over Negri and Lambertenghi. Mendelblatt and Fati in third, Kayard and Sperry up to fourth. They're going to be pleased with that. As you say, that could be Kayard beginning to regain his form. You know, it's in there. It's like riding a bicycle. I'm sure, you know, once you know it, you're never going to forget how to go fast in these boats. Polgar and Coy, the Germans in fifth. Rohart, Ponceau in sixth, and Staniek and Klein in seventh. Hornos, Revkin eighth. Szabo and Moss nine. Diaz, von Schwartz. Now, Diaz, von Schwartz, these guys, I think, are going to make this top 10 cut. They've had a string of pretty consistent mid-fleet results here, you know, around the 10 mark. And
right.
Yeah, it would be absolutely phenomenal to see these guys make the top 10.
Yeah, Augie Diaz has sailed Stars for 30 years. I've known him for all that time. And he does a great job. He's a fantastic sailor. And last year at our Winter Series, he dominated that and against very good competition. And so he's been sailing very, very well. And he is 59, but he's lean and in very good shape. And I'm really not at all surprised to see him where he is. I think he had 2 7ths and an 8th yesterday, and with a 10th here, he looks like if he can continue this performance, he should make the top 10. So that's a tremendous effort for him. John von Schwartz has sailed with a lot of top people the last 5 years and is one of the known outstanding star crews in the United States. So I'm sure he's been a big boost too. He and Augie actually haven't sailed together much. Augie's campaigned with other people over the past few years, but I think getting together, they're both excellent sailors. They can get the teamwork together pretty quick.
Well, continuing down to the finish, just after Diaz and von Schwartz, the Marazzi brothers from Switzerland in 11th, Maloney, Bjorn 12th, and Kuznierovic and Zicki up to 13th. So we're going to go back out onto the water for our on-water commentator, Louis Habib. Boats hammering it down towards the finish line. We can see you just below the pin end, I think, or the committee boat end, Louis, and you've got Bruno Prada and Robert Scheid steaming towards you, mate.
Yes, we have, Digby. We've just had the jury boat have a quiet word with us and say, we want to take pictures, but stay away a little bit further. So we've got an absolutely fantastic view here. Digby, you can probably help me out. There's somebody right on the other side of the course, way out there. He's banged the corner. Is that Ed Wright, Digby?
Well, we're just going to zoom out in virtual eye. Let's have a look. Yeah, Ed Wright. As you're looking up the course, Ed Wright is on the right-hand side, banging that corner, steaming in from the right. Virtual Eye is telling us that Ed is 17th place with Pedersen. So we'll see how he gets on at the final stages, trying to claw points and places. But talk us through the finish here, Louis.
Okay, well, we're literally, the bow of the Brazilian team is heading straight at us, and they are coming through the line just now. You can probably hear a few cheers going on. That was a fantastic effort to get past Negri and Lambertenghi, and they've done a great job there. Negri and Lambertenghi are just coming through the line now, but another convincing win for the Brazilian team. Behind them, I think I can see Mendelblatt. I think that's the USA team. They look like they're going to be getting into third place. A little bit more conservative this race, Digby. It was. I'm not saying it's an easy win, but the fleet's a little bit more spread out, not too much boat on boat. Maybe they're starting to get a bit more conservative. You know, they're counting down the number of races in these qualifiers. And probably a few of them are making sure they don't make any big errors. Back to you, the studio, Digby.
Thank you very much. We're seeing on virtual Mendelblatt and Fati going over the line, followed by Paul Kayard and Austin Sperry, with Polgar and Coy right behind them. So the mass is beginning to kick in. They do have a race discard. This is race number 5. Just to remind everybody that there are 9 races in what we call a round robin, the fleet races where all 18 crews compete, and then into the 10th race on Saturday. Tune in, because that's when the top 10 will go through into the quarterfinals. And Rohart, Ponceau, they've had a consistent regatta so far. Xavier Rohart, a bronze medalist in the star class, bronze Olympic medalist, sailing with Ponceau, and he's racing consistently. I'd put money on him being in the top 10 cut. And Staniek clean coming through, and Diaz, Von Schwartz, who we've just been talking about, coming in, consistent results on the edge. Be great to see them coming through. Szabo and Moss coming through the line as we speak. Hornos, Revkin just behind those, and good result for Szabo and Moss, 9th. They're kind of not so consistent yesterday, Bill. They kind of had some ups and downs, and possibly finding a little bit of form. Maloney, the young Kiwi sailor, he's a rookie just coming into the class. Kuznirovic made good on that right-hand flyer. He pulled up some places there for a 12th. And the Marazzi brothers coming in 13th, with Melleby and Struve from Denmark, and Hespeak and Olesen following. Ed Wright probably claimed a couple of scalps there, I think, on that.
It looks like.
Far out, coming downwind, taking a little different line, clean wind, clean waves, and just pipped PJ Postma, Eduardo Natucci, with Lobert and Rambaud picking up the fleet in 18th. So, deep breath. That was race number 5, and just 2 minutes 24 between the entire fleet crossing the line after sort of 50 minutes racing. That's not bad, Bill. An hour's racing, sorry, yeah, 1 hour.
1 hour of racing, and to finish that close. I think you'll see that if the wind blows a little harder, the boats space out a little bit more. Yesterday, some of the races were all done within about the top and bottom boat were within a minute or a minute and a half. The wind's a little stronger today. The sea's a little bigger. The speed differences off downwind particularly, and even somewhat upwind steering through waves, you'll see a little bit more spread between the boats. But you can still see they're very close, and lots of interactions and opportunities for legal issues and everything else. So it's very, very exciting. It's great to be here, and really fun to be on here with you.
Well, nice one, Bill. I hope you stay with us for another race. We'd really love your input. We understand that the racers have a couple of minutes. If there are any protests, they have a jury out on the race course right behind the committee boat. They've got a couple of minutes to go and lodge any protests, and it's all going to happen out there. So there's no big jury room bashing back in the yacht club overnight, and fingernail chewing moments. It's all going to happen out there. It's pretty clean. We understand the race committee, they want to do some quick turnaround races. We know Bridie from Virtual Eye, sitting opposite me, has had some word from the race committee, and they want to turn it around in about 15 minutes. So deep breath, good wind conditions here, 17 to 20 knots, east-southeast, 0% chance of rain. It's like what we like to hear, 26 degrees. It's perfect sailing conditions in Nassau, the Bahamas, for the Star Sailors League Grand Finale. We're going to be back for race number 6. We're just going to take a 5-minute break. Keep your eyes tuned to the screen, and we'll come in just after the warning signal, after the 5-minute gun, in approximately 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. 5 to 10 minutes, kettle on, and do stay with us. Well, welcome back to Nassau in the Bahamas. Beautiful day here, clear skies, plenty of breeze, and we're at the Star Sailors League Grand Finale. After five races, one discard, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard. Scheid and Prada, 7 points. Superb. We're on the lowest point scoring system at the moment. Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi in second place overall with just 10 points. And USA next, Mendel Black Farty in the running with Rohar Ponceau from France in fourth place. Then Norway, Melleby and Strub, the American, in fifth place, with the Poles, Mateusz Kuznierowicz sailing with Zicki in sixth place, and then Staniek and Klein from Germany in seventh. Augie Diaz, John von Schwartz in eighth, Paul Kayard, Austin Sperry in that top 10 cut at the moment, with Lobert and Rambo in 10th overall. So let's head out onto the water using our fantastic tool, Virtual Eye. We're going to be following this all through Virtual Eye. We're about 2 minutes towards the race start. We have our on-water commentator, Loué Habib, out on the water using the mobile phone system. Loué, how's it looking out there?
Well, yes, Digby, the breeze has slightly picked up, and so has the sea state. So I think we're going to be in for an absolute ripper here. The fleet are now literally hovering around the line. There's boats reaching around at pretty hot speed. I think that's an important thing to point out here. You know, when there's the bee and the bang, that's not actually when the race starts. It's the pre-start, getting yourself in the right position and maybe pushing somebody into the wrong position. But there's a complete melee going on behind the line at the moment with lots of jousting, between boats. So, the tension, you can almost feel the tension. It's really, really mounting, Digby. Over to you.
Well, Loué, just for our viewers at home, we can see in the bottom right-hand corner that big white boat. That is the boat that Loué is on, the media boat. And you've got a fantastic view of the whole fleet bunching up right between you and the start line. The committee boat on the right-hand side of the line. The yellow little dot is the pin end. And they're all bunching up, lining up on the runway. We have the president of the Star Class, Bill Allen, with us in the studio. Bill, fantastic to have you with us. Thank you very much. And just let's have a little look at this start. Now, I'm going to point to Robert Scheid, the distinctive green logo on his sail for the Brazilian national flag. That is his favorite spot. I've noticed pretty much every race he tries to get about in the middle-ish. He tries to get a clear little spot around him, and he's a maestro of fleet racing. And a fleet like the Laser, the start is almost everything. You know, you get a good start in a Laser race and you're away. So Robert is the maestro of time on distance, and let's just see how his start. And you can see he's a little ahead of everybody. He's got clean air. He's ready to put the bow down, accelerate, and hit the line with absolute speed. So, Loué, I heard two guns out there. Was that an individual recall?
Yes, the individual recall flag has been raised. It was quite difficult to see who that was. We'll see who goes back. They don't have to tell them. They could just let them go. So, no, we've got one boat going back, and it looks like it's certainly an American boat.
We've got Zabo and Moss, and we also have Ed Wright and Pedersen. So 2 boats. I mean, they don't necessarily know if they were over the line, but they're going back just in case. Zabo and Moss taking quite a long dip back through the line, Bill. So maybe they have a little issue on their boat. Maybe they have a bit of gear problem. We don't know. But back at the cutting edge of this fleet, it looks like the Italians again have that lead, Negri and Lambertenghi, and Paul Kayard, Austin Sperry. Looks like they've got off to a good start, and Rohard and Ponson are in the mix as well. So again, exciting stuff, Bill. Super close racing in this Star Fleet for the Star Sailors League Grand Finale, race number 6.
Yeah, these guys they've realized that the start is extremely important. What you really want to do is get a start in a position so that you're in where you think is the best position about a minute or two after the start. being exactly where you are on the line isn't as important. And that's why you saw Robert Scheidt taking what we all would say is a little bit of a conservative start in the middle. He has more flexibility, and he just wants to make sure that he gets a good start, then has confidence in his sailing ability to get himself up near the front, and then his off the wind speed to get him right near the front. So if I had his particular speed set, that's exactly what I'd be starting. Some of the guys, if they're maybe a little farther up off the pace in the standings, they may try to go more toward one end or the other, or the favorite end. You saw a lot of boats jammed up at the committee boat end of the line, and a couple of people had to go back, which again, that's a very dangerous place to be. Robert and Diego both chose a more conservative middle of the line.
Well, Bill, check this out. Andy Maloney and Tyler Bjorn. Andy Maloney from New Zealand. He's just 23. He's leading this race with Tyler Bjorn. Now, Andy's been sailing for lasers for about 5 years. He was third at the Laser Worlds last year in 2012, and he's never, ever sailed a star before. We ought to explain that the organisers here have matched up some of these wildcard entries, these invitationals, these VIPs with very experienced star sailor. So Tyler Bjorn from Canada, 43, has been racing a star a long time, 7th in the Star Sailors League, and he was 12th at last year's Olympics representing Canada. But incredible to see these guys hit the line at speed and take the lead early on in this race.
Yeah, it's amazing. You see a fleet like this, and every single boat is right on the line going top speed. If you went to just a normal, even a big regatta of 50 boats, you'd see a front line and a back line and a third line. It just shows how tremendous sailors these guys all are. And last night, after the race, everybody was just saying how amazing it is. You make one mistake, lose 50 feet, and it's very hard to get it back. So it's I guess it's like at the top end of any sport, it's all in very, very minor mistakes and very minor things that happen.
Well, so, I think, Bill, the story so far is Andy Maloney from New Zealand never sailed a star before, and nor has PJ Postma, who's just taken the lead from the Netherlands. He's 2 times Olympian in the Finn, came 4th last year at the Olympics in the UK down in Weymouth, and he was 14th at Beijing in 2008, and this is his first time in a star. He's 31 from Friesland in Holland. First time in a star, sailing with Eduardo Natucci, who's been sailing a star for 14 years, also 2 times Olympian in the star. So quite interesting that these wildcards have been matched up with some very experienced star sailors, and it seems to be working, and it's phenomenal. And there's Lobert and Rambo, another rookie pair, you know, having a go in the star, and this is going to be a bit of an upset here.
It could be. These guys both decided they wanted to go out to the left, and if the left, so far, it looks like it's doing well, and they could easily scoot across everybody and do real well. You've got the regatta leaders right now, Rohart, Negri, and Robert Scheidt are all kind of in the middle, still heading to the left. Again, a conservative position. They probably don't care if they win the race. They just want to continue to be in the top 5 and solidify their position in the top 10 for the overall event. But it will be very interesting when they get up toward the first mark, which is really the first place that you can make too much sense on who's where.
Well, we've been chatting away to these sailors, and you know, one of the aims of the Star Sailors League is to profile sailers, help them along in their careers a little bit, and make some superstars out of them. And we've been chatting in a lifestyle way about the athleticism of the Star and their history and coming into this competition. And we caught up with Andy Maloney, the youngster from New Zealand, and we're going to go just hear a little bit from Andy Maloney about coming in here to Nassau, the Bahamas. Andy Maloney, just 23 years old. Andy, tell us, whereabouts are you from? How long have you been sailing?
I'm from Auckland, New Zealand, and I've been sailing most of my life. I've been sailing the Laser Olympic class for about 5 years now, and that's pretty much what I focus on.
Okay, so 5 years in the Olympic Laser class. What's your goal there?
My goal is to go to Rio and win the gold medal there. And yeah, just trying to win some world championships in the laser class along the way.
And we hear you had some success at the America's Cup Red Bull Youth Series.
Yeah, great team of us from New Zealand joined together. Most of us were Olympic class sailors, and we went to the Red Bull Youth Americas Cup and won that. It was a great experience sailing on a team for the first time, different than sailing single-handed in the laser class. I'm sure, hopefully I can bring forward some of that teamwork with Tyler this week.
And another claim to fame, we understand in your laser Olympic class World Series, you won the Princess Sophia in Palma. Is that right? How did that go?
Yeah, this year, the beginning of the year started off in Europe in Palma, Spain, and I managed to win Princess Sophia. I think I was third place going into the medal races, and then there were 2 medal races at that event, and I managed to win both of them and jump up to the top spot, which was great.
So you're on a roll, and you're invited here on a wild card to come and race the Star. What are your thoughts coming into a completely new class?
Yeah, it'll be a huge challenge this week, but I'm lucky to have a really experienced crew sailing with me, Tyler, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to having some fun out there, and there's no pressure, just mixing it up with the other guys.
Just tell us something very quickly about your crew. Who is your crew?
Yeah, Tyler's my crew. We'll just get him over here now.
Tyler, nice to see you.
Thank you.
Tyler, you're from Canada, I understand, and you've been doing stars a long time, and you were at London Olympic Games last year.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, this is a tall order for you to come in as a scratch crew with a new skipper, and kind of what's your game plan?
I think we just keep it simple. I think the nice thing about the Star class is when you bring in a fresh talent who doesn't have a lot of experience, you just let their natural instincts go. And it's proven good in the class with guys like Xavier and Freddie and Percy. They all sort of came in the class and just let their natural skills do all the work, and not worry about all the sort of minute little details that you kind of get as you get more into the class, and hopefully that will prove successful once again.
And if there's one thing that you're teaching Andy on the Star class, going up and down in your training, what is it?
Well, I think it's just keep even keel. Don't get stressed out if the boats separate or you don't find your speeds up the par against the other guys. Just keep hunkered down, and we'll go through the whole race and see what happens at the end, and hopefully we can pull out a few upsets out there and maybe make the qualifying round.
So Andy, in truth, any result for you is a result, isn't it? You've got nothing to lose here. You're the outside chance, so you're in quite a good spot. It's quite a strength in some respects.
Yeah, it'll be great. Obviously, like Tyler said, we've got no pressure, but we want to mix it up with the top guys in some of the races, if not all the races. And like he said, if we make the qualifying rounds, that'd be awesome.
Got it. Gentlemen, good luck. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, a great insight from the young Kiwi there. And lead change, Xavier Roja and Ponceau have taken the lead over Laubert and Rambeau. Quite interesting. This is a kind of change in form here. Jonathan Laubert, Pascal Rambeau. Laubert, this is also his first time in the Star. He's an Olympic bronze Finn medalist and 28 from La Rochelle, sailing with a 2-time Star World Champion, Pascal Rambeau from La Rochelle, 41, bronze medalist at Athens in 2004. He spent about 9 years in this class, Bill, and that combo seems to be working extremely well with Pijo Postma and these guys doing extremely well.
Yeah, I think it's been really important for the new guys to be with a crew that has been around and knows the boat, both from a mechanical standpoint, because it is complicated. There's a lot going on, a lot of things to pull, a lot of adjustments to make all the time. So it is important to have somebody that can get you up to the learning curve on that very quickly. And then to teach you the basics about steering and stuff. It was interesting last night, people were talking about some of the new fin sailors and laser sailors were steering a little too much, because you do, in the dinghies, you tend to steer the boat hard, drive it into waves and around waves. The Star has more momentum, and you have to be a little more gentler on the helm. And some of the older fin sailors that came to the class 10 years ago were telling the guys, don't steer so much. Just let the boat do the work. It's a big boat, and let the momentum of the boat do the work. So these guys were definitely on the learning curve, but it looks like a lot of them are really doing well this race. It'd be great to see them hang in there.
It would indeed. Maloney and Bjorn up there in fourth. That's pretty nice for the young Kiwi. We were talking to Matt Kuznurovic yesterday morning as they were loading their boats, craning them into the water, and you could see the keel there. It was quite nice to see the underwater profile of these boats. They do plane in over sort of 22 knots. They'll do a triangle course and get them kind of planing on a broad reach. But Kuznurovic was telling us in a kind of jokey way, he was pointing to the keel bulb and saying, well, welcome to our third crew member, you know, on the boat. This is a keel boat, you know, it's not a little dinghy, it doesn't have a daggerboard, it has a keel and quite a flat shaped hull underneath. Very unusual design. I mean, it's but it's standing it's standing up to time. You know, it's over 100 years old, designed in the States. I understand the design of the boat has stayed pretty much the same. They've just changed materials from making them out of wood, and now they're making out of glass fiber, but not using anything crazy, any crazy carbon fiber.
No, we've tried to keep changes. We've always viewed ourselves as an evolutionary boat and made changes and stayed up with the times. But the basic hull shape we have retained. We were resistant to make any major material changes because we didn't want to obsolete older boats. And if you change a boat, some of the Olympic classes have changed boats dramatically, and all the old boats can't race anymore. So we have 3,000 members around the United States, so we've been around the world, excuse me, and we've been very cognizant to try to make sure that all of them are able to sail, whereas still trying to stay on the upper edge of development. But certainly having a 400-kilo keel and a connected rudder is a little bit of a different setup than most of the current designs.
Well, we're looking at virtual eye, the big picture. We can see the entire fleet right in front of us. We can see the white boat with no name. That's the media boat, Lue, just trailing behind the fleet. Just seeing, he's right behind the Marazzi brothers, and they're just ducking behind Hornos and Revkin. Let's go out on the water with our commentator, Lue Habib. Lue, pretty good result for the French. Two French teams up there in the running at the front. What can you see? How are things going out there?
Yeah, well, Digby, about halfway up the beat, there was quite a significant moment where Rohat and Ponso actually made Scheidt and Prada duck and then put them about. And that's put the Brazilian team right back in the pack on the left-hand side. Great work there from Rohat and Ponso. Now, the most of the boats on the left-hand side, they're coming in on port. The interesting one to watch, I reckon, is in the middle of the fleet here. We've got the rookie team, I believe, from the States. That is Hornos and Revkin. And they're coming in on starboard. They probably won't make it, but they're certainly going to cause some problems to these boats on port tack. They're just about to cross Medemblat now. Medemblat's going to have to duck them. The Poles are going to have to duck them. They're causing some great problems there on starboard. So this is far from over. But I tell you what, this is going to be one hell of a top mark. Back to you, Digby.
Thanks very much, Lue. We're seeing Xavier, Rohat and Ponso on port tack. They've got about 19 meters over Hornos and Revkin, those the rookie sailors as we're describing them, and we'll see if the French team can cross ahead. At the moment, I think they're going to do it, Bill. But quite interesting to see right over at the top of our screen, top right of our screen, above the ley line, the two Swiss sailors, the Marazzi brothers. They're already on the ley line and they're steaming in on starboard towards that top mark from a very long way. Maybe they've overstood. It's not totally accurate what we're looking at, but we'll see how that plays out. And it's looking like the rookies in the middle of the screen ducking behind the leaders, Rohat and Ponso. So Rohat, Ponso leading this race at the moment with Hornos and Revkin in second. Mellerby and Strube look like they're doing extremely well in third place, and Laubert and Rambaud in fourth place. Très bien pour les Français, Bill. Very nice for the French, and it's going to be a pretty crunchy top mark rounding here. I don't think there's going to be much in it. We've got boats steaming in on port and boats steaming in on starboard, and that's going to be pretty tasty. I would expect a few protests and penalty turns, Lue.
reckon that's definitely on the cards. I tell you who's really chucking it about is Mr. Diaz and Von Schwartz. They just had a very close port starboard with another boat, and perhaps they gave the more elderly gentleman a bit too much respect there, but no protest so far, Digby.
Thank you very much, Louis. And again, just for our viewers, we can see where Louis is, bottom right of the screen. He's following the fleet up. He's got a bird's eye view. You can see what's going on from the water. And as the fleet approaches the top mark, it looks like row hard, just hitting that ley line, tacking over onto starboard. I think they're going to take this quite nicely and lead round that first mark. But the little ball of boats behind them, that's going to be interesting. Boats coming in from Port, Melleby and Stroob. I think they're going to have an interesting fight on as they approach that ley line. And here we go. This is where the fireworks happen in the Star class, in any fleet racing class, Bill, as we round that top mark. And there's Rohard Ponceau leading round, or Melleby and Stroob just squeezing in, quite nicely done on Virtual Eye. And three rounding simultaneously. Louis, can you talk us through it?
Well, Digby, at the moment I cannot see the mark. There are so many boats clustered around it. We've come a little further away so the photographers can get it all in. So I can't hear any shouting or screaming, but at the moment they all seem to be behaving themselves going round. A couple of people are barged in, but at the moment, Digby, looks like it's all clear at the top mark with nobody doing any penalty turns. The lead boats are now past the spreader, and we've got a good downwind one. The breeze has definitely picked up, and we could see some planing action if that continues.
Thanks very much, Louis. We're seeing PJ Postma. He's doing a penalty turn. I think he's doing a penalty turn. He got into a bit of trouble there, ducking a few boats. Zabo Moss coming round in last place. PJ Postma and Eduardo Natucci doing quite a big circle, Bill, coming round. I think they're doing a penalty turn.
I think he might have been over the line early.
Oh, really? Bill reckons he might have been over the line early. May have been just informed by the one of the race officers at the top mark. So that's probably Postma and Natucci out of this race.
Yeah, they were at the leeward end of the mark, and I guess they were a little early because they're not doing turns. They're just heading back. So I think they've been informed that they were over and they have to drop out. But it sure was close at that first mark. Lots of activity, and now there's a whole bunch of boats between maybe 5th place and 10th place that it's going to be interesting to see how they all turn out at the bottom.
Well, quite a nice drag race at the front of the fleet. Rohard Ponceau taking on Melleby and Stroob with Hornos and Revkin behind. Downwind, it gets pretty interesting. I think, am I right in saying there are more overtaking opportunities downwind in this fleet?
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The speed differences are much more dramatic. When you're going upwind, if you're just a little bit, you might over half a mile gain 2 boat lengths on somebody because you're all kind of locked in and sailing the same way. Downwind, if you catch a couple extra waves that somebody doesn't get, you can gain 50 meters in 30 seconds. So the chances for speed differences are much more dramatic, and so the guys that are able to sail a little bit better with the waves and the wind and the pumping and the ooching and rocking, they're able to make dramatic gains off downwind.
Well,
there's a mess of people right over here, boy. And they're affecting each other, too. One of the reasons that the leaders tend to move out a little bit ahead is that they're sailing in more clear wind. You look at right now between 4th place and about 12th place, and everybody's affecting each other. Their boat wakes, you have to steer around, and the winds are in the way, so it's a little more difficult to catch the right wave that you want to catch. There's a lot of other things going on.
Well, we can see the French team, Rohard and Ponceau, taking a clear lead, 29 metres ahead of Melleby and Stroob. John, Virtual Eye, I wonder if we could zoom down into the 2 boats from the Brazilian, Robert Scheid. He's got right next to somebody down there. Let's kind of see what kind of speeds these 2 boats are doing. Just ahead of Robert Scheid. Scheid is chasing, and we saw yesterday, Bill, that Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada just hammered downwind. They just clawed back places here, and they were pumping and just being so incredibly physical. It'd be quite nice to see what kind of speeds. And remember, they're on waves. They're out there on some nice big waves. There's been quite a lot of wind today, and we'll just kind of have a little look at this little battle and see what kind of wind speeds. Scheid getting into a bit of clear air. I wonder if he's going to roll over. It looks like Maloney and Bjorn. And look, how close is that? 3 boats within a few boat lengths. And let's see that little battle. Louis, just to let you know, we're looking at Scheid and Prada, Maloney and Bjorn, and I think that's Staniek and Clean. 3 little boats having a nice little battle in the middle of the fleet. Some speeds going up to 8 knots, 6.5 to 8 knots. And I think we might just be watching a little masterclass from Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. Louis, if you're out there and you can see that little battle, just tell us how it looks.
Well, Digby, I think you must be psychic. I've just had Luca Madonna come and sit next to me and say exactly that, and I'm going to put him on. So here's Luca, and he can talk you through that fantastic battle going on between the Brazilian team and the Italians.
Hi, back here on the water. From my point of view, it's going to be really interesting. It's increasing a bit wind, and the boat is starting planning downwind on the waves, and it looks like the Italian and the Brazilian really fight in the first quarter of the fleet, the port and side. And on the clear water is Norwegian and French just trying to avoid this fight, and the Norwegian is looking like he's losing a little bit.
Hey, Luca, I wonder, I mean, the points are getting pretty very close in the middle of the fleet. We think Scheid and Prada are going to be clear to make this top 10 cut. Well, we're assuming so, dangerously, I think. But it's going to be very close. I wonder how much the mathematics is going on within the sailors' heads at the moment. They're playing the big picture. They want to make that final cut. The numbers are running around in their heads. What difference is that going to make?
It's, once they are side to side to this opponent, it's very difficult. They can clearer recognize that they don't need it to be so forward in the fleet. They don't need it to fight that much, because the counting of the number, they give us the opportunity to stay quiet in the top 10 without this fight. But once they are one bit side away to the other, they want to be forward to the other. And it's very difficult to train an athlete to force himself to stay quiet and don't be able to beat the person close to him. It's very difficult, and I think nobody will be able to make that. And even the best coach in the world, once they get one close to the other, they make the best.
Thank you very much, Luca Medina. Robert Scheid and Bruno's coach out there, not coaching at this regatta. The coaches aren't allowed. He's just helping out with the organisation, driving boats and things like that, and we really enjoy his input. Quite interesting, we spoke to Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi this morning before going out. They were second on the leaderboard. They had 2 race wins. And they kind of said, look, they were going to play it a little bit more conservatively today. Just what Luca was saying, take it, not kind of go, if I may use the word, balls out, for line victory. They were just going to kind of rein it in a little bit, keep some coal in the fire, not go completely crazy. And in fact, right now in this race, they're 13th on the leaderboard. Maybe that's going to be playing a factor.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think the top guys after yesterday, everybody was pretty tired, and everybody's saying, okay, now the top guys, they can just be in the middle every race and they'd be fine. I don't think they necessarily wanted to be 13th, so they must have struggled a little bit right off the start. But I think it's still a little too early for people to start thinking about who they might have to beat to get in the top 10. But you'll see that tomorrow, with the last 2 races tomorrow. You'll definitely see people start to say, okay, well, the guys are 9th and 10th, and I'm 12th. We're going to have to catch up a couple of places here. And so you might see some people trying to drive people back or things like that. It's a very unusual format, and we'll kind of have to see how the sailors are looking at it going into tomorrow. Most of the star sailors have never sailed a format like this before, so I think everybody's doing some thinking right now as to exactly how they are going to look at it. It'll depend where you are going into tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bill, the people who are going to be doing the most thinking are the guys ranked after 10th. And let's just go through them a little bit. Incredibly close in points, just 10 points in it, 10 race places. But the Marazzi brothers are in the danger zone, as are Andy Maloney and Tyler Bjorn, and Hesbeek and Olesen from Denmark, with George Zauber and Moss in 14th. PJ Postma and Eduardo Natucci in 15th overall. This is after 5 races with 1 discard. The Germans, Polgar and Coy in 16th overall. Ed Wright and Pedersen in 17th overall. And Hornos and Revkin, the rookies from USA, just 23-25, bringing up the last place in 18th. So this is the danger zone, and those points are going to be playing quite hard into this race, and the next couple of races tomorrow is going to get pretty critical. And these guys may be hunting down, they may actually pick somebody to start hunting down. Yeah, so thank you very much for that, Chris. And we're getting down to the bottom gate, Bill, and Rohard and Ponceau still managing to hold out that lead, 24 metres over Melleby and Strube. And it looks like Hornos and Revkin up in 3rd, so that's going to do them a power of good.
Yeah, that's very true. If you can get some of those guys that were in the 13th, 14th, 15th, what they'll be looking at right now is just having a good race. They're not going to go try to beat any particular person because they have to catch 6 or 7 people. So they're going to just go out and try to get a top 5. And if they can get a couple of top 5s, they will move back into the 10th because it's that close. But if you end up tomorrow where you're 11th or 12th and you're 3 points behind the guy 9th, you're definitely going to pay attention to where he is on the race course and figure out to get ahead of him, or maybe even try to drive him back a little bit. But I wouldn't expect that to happen until tomorrow. Right now, guys are just trying to go have a good race and boost themselves back into contention for the top 10 tomorrow.
Well, we're watching this race like hawks here in the Nassau Yacht Club, looking at the virtual eye, and we see that Scheid and Prada have moved up to 4th place, and stunning downwind sailors, these two guys. But Rohard, Ponceau getting down to the gate first, just ahead of Melleby and Strube. Looks like they're going for, as we look at the screen, the left-hand gate. They've got 2 marks they can go around at the bottom of the course, and it's very close indeed, almost simultaneously getting around that mark. So Rohard and Ponceau, then Melleby and Strube, and then here's Hornos and Revkin going round, and Scheid and Prada just going round in 4th, and super close, not much in it, and most of the fleet it's going to be a very tight mark rounding here. And Lobert and Rambo going round. Over on the right-hand side, going up the right-hand, probably just because there are so many boats on the left, you know, these guys need to find some clear air. Polgar and Coy from Germany, and the Marazzi brothers from Switzerland, and Kayard and Sperry right over there. And if we can go back out to Louis Habib, Louis, right in your sights, you're seeing the Polgar and Coy and the Marazzi brothers and Paul Kayard trying to find what they can out there.
Yeah, I mean, they're all trying to find what they can out here. Just one confirmation, or as far as we know, the Dutch Postma and the Italian Natucci, it looks like they were over at the start. They didn't go back, and they are no longer racing. They certainly are no longer racing. So it looks like tough luck for them. I'll tell you one that I think has just had a fantastic downwind leg is the Norwegian and USA team of Melleby and Strube, and they really have come back into the ranking, and they've been consistently getting good results, and that's why they're in that top 10. But yeah, it's not over till it's over. I mean, one bad result, 18 points. You know, doing some simple maths, 90 points will probably get you in that 10-boat final. So of those 90 points, you can score 18 of them, roughly 20% in just one race. So it's certainly not over for any of these things yet.
Thanks very much, Louis. You mentioned Melleby and Strube there. Great sailors, and good luck to them. I ought to mention that if anybody wants to get in touch with us, you can get onto Twitter. We're in the digital age here, Bill, full of communication, and you go hashtag Ask Digby. Go hashtag Ask Digby. You can ask me or Bill anything you like, and we'll try and find out, try and answer you. We'd like your input into what's going on here. Ask us any technical questions. Bill, the president of the class, can answer those. He'll be with us for this race and the next race. And hashtag Ask Digby. And tomorrow we're really hoping we'll get Dennis Conner. I don't know if we will, but it was an absolute pleasure to see him turn up in Nassau, the Bahamas, and looking in good shape. And he was absolutely fascinated with what was going on here. And he's come a day early to find out what the score is. Now, here we are with Rohard and Ponceau. We spoke to Xavier Rohard this morning. Xavier is one of the founders of the Star Sailors League. He had an awful lot of input into how this competition was going to be set up, and we had a pretty good chat with Xavier about how you know, his kind of vision for the points and the athletes, and you know, in amongst them they've come up with this concept of how the competition should work. So we'll still stay with Virtual Eye. You can still see what's going on. We'll move Virtual Eye around as we hear from Xavier Rohard. Xavier Rohard, one of the founders of the Star Sailors League. Xavier, this is a fascinating concept, and I understand that you had a lot of input into the structure of this competition, which builds to a knockout, 10 boats, then 7 boats, then 4 boats. What's the theory behind all that?
Very simple theory. The idea was to make as understandable as possible for everyone, and the boats which cross the finish line, the last day, the last race, will be the winner. So that's the general concept, and all the thinking was to find the best way to go to semi-final, finals, and everything, qualifying rounds. And so we try to choose this format, 3 days qualifying to qualify the best guys with the more even possible system, and then knockout.
Is there a model from any other sport? Your friend and colleague Michel is talking about tennis. He mentions ATP tennis a lot.
Yeah, the tennis is something very not similar, but we like the concept. We like the system, especially for the masters. So it's like this small qualifying groups and then knockout. So it's very inspiring from the professional sports, tennis, golf, and such sports like this, where individuals, people are shown and put forward than the sports itself. So it's something we try to achieve.
It's interesting you use the word professional sports, and you know, even at the America's Cup level, there's no actual prize money, whereas here the prize fund is $200,000, $40,000 for the first, $30,000 for the second, $25,000 for third. You know, that's unusual in small boat sailing, and almost never heard of in Olympic class level sailing. It adds something, I think, to this regatta.
Yeah. There was a try in the Olympic circuit 20 years ago to have prize money and something like the knockout system as we do, but it doesn't go through regarding the amount to find and the publicity to get and everything. But now with this kind of help from technology, from the 3D, from the virtual eyes, from everything like this, it's getting more accessible, and then we can show people distance, speed, angles, who is leading, who is not, general, and so it's something quite good. And from my side, it's very important to have this prize money system. I'm from France, a very well-known sport, but offshore racing is taking, I think, all the media, all the stuff, and so the Olympic classes have to find a better way inside this. So it's a good way to earn the life without having any sponsors.
In this regatta, this sort of the first grand finale of your first season in the Star Sailors League, it strikes me there are three categories of sailor. You've got the people at the top rankings. You are ranked #1, and then you have some wild card entries, some kind of superstar sailors like Paul Kayard, who's been away from the Star class for quite a few years, come back, and then you have rookies. You know, the youngsters, 23, 25-year-olds, who you know, you're kind of giving them a chance to get on. Talk about that mix a little bit.
The base was to get the real star top ranked for sure. So to keep these 20, 25 people continuing sailing on the Star class and on the other boats for sure. And we try to invite, I mean, as much as possible, people from every horizon. From dinghies, big boats, small boats. So we succeed only halfway on this first event, but it's very encouraging, and it's something we are really bet on.
And what is your dream? What would be, as one of the founders of this league, this is the first year, end of the first year, grand finale, looking forward to next year, 2014, how do you see this circuit progressing?
The big dream, the ideal, as we said in France, is to make like a unified world title. I mean, the real idea is to be able to say, no, this is the place to deliver the world champion title. That's the dream. So now we are working on it, and we'll see.
We'll see. One last question, Xavier, just while we have you here with your fantastic knowledge. You're a bronze medalist in the Star class, bronze Olympic medalist. And we see a lot of Finn sailors, some 49er sailors here, a Tornado Olympic class sailor. You know, it's quite fun to invite some top sailors from other categories, from other disciplines into the Star. Do you think the Star works well to do this?
I think at the end it can work better, for sure. The simpler as the boat is, the smaller it is, small crew, not small, but only 2 people on board, it's the easier to progress and to make it running. So we just have to change a little bit the concept to offer more days of training for the VIP, I mean. So then they can be a little more aggressive against us. Yesterday was a little bit too much the gap, so now we see they improve during the day, so I think it's working well. The boat is simple and she's delicate to drive, but then they are really good sailors, so they learn really fast.
Well, if there's any evidence of that, in race number 4 on day 1, PJ Postma came nailing through and won it, and kind of showed you all a bit of a masterclass in how to. And PJ's a Finn sailor, so it's bearing fruit. It's coming true.
Yeah, that's it. And also Maloney from New Zealand, he was finishing 4, I think. So they are starting to show that they can do it.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Xavier. Good luck out on the water, and we'll be watching very closely on Virtual Eye.
Merci.
Well, we are watching extremely closely on Virtual Eye. I'm here with Bill Allen, president of the Star class, here in Nassau in the Bahamas. We're in Nassau Yacht Club with Virtual Eye and Chris, our vision mixer, John Rendell and Bridie from Virtual Eye, and a little posse here looking at Virtual Eye. And incredible to see Xavier Rohard and Ponceau right up there in the lead. And he is ranked #1 on the Star Sailors League. But he's having a good battle there with Melleby and Strube, and it's been a pretty good race. So interesting stuff, I thought, from Xavier, Bill. You know, a kind of bit of a vision for the class, a dream he mentioned, and it's pretty innovative what is going on here.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's, you know, this is the Star Sailors League, which has decided and promoted a championship here. and the rankings have been based on star class events. And the star class rules have certain things that we have to do, and our championships will probably continue to be separate from this. But for a special event for professionals and VIPs, I think this is a particularly great thing for everybody, for the class and everybody. I think the Star Worlds Championship has probably been around for 100 and some years, and we try to promote large fleets and really promote lots of things. And that format, or some variation of it, will probably be around for a long time. But as a specialized event, which we could really kind of be the cream of the crop, racing to be the best sailor in the world in starboats, I think has a lot of value for all parties concerned. So we're very excited about that. It's interesting that Mr. Rohart and Ponzon have lengthened their lead quite a bit. I think they're at the mark. They were only a few meters ahead, and now they're 50 meters ahead. So the fleet seems to be spreading out just a little bit as they go up this second leg.
Well, Rohard and Ponso just ahead of Elvind Melleby and Mark Strube. Melleby from Norway, Strube from USA. Melleby 6th in the Star Sailors League, 4th at the Olympics in the Star, and he was a helm on Ericsson 3 in the 2008-2009 Volvo Round the World race. So, pretty experienced racer. And Mark Strube from the USA, from Milwaukee. In 2007, he was sailing on board the America's Cup Victory Challenge, the Swedish entry there in Valencia. So phenomenal experience within this fleet, real depth of talent, I think. Interesting to see Rohard claim a scalp in this race number 6 as we approach the top mark. He's just heading over towards the ley line going up on port. He's on starboard, he's going to tack over, and over on the right, Melleby and Strube. But I think it's still going to be tight. It's quite a spread, but in amongst the mid-fleet, it's going to be a tight mark rounding. And we can see that our commentator, Loué Habib, is on his media boat right above the mark. You're in a perfect spot up there, Loué, and boats approaching you. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you, Carlo Belengi's got his camera out, and this is just picture perfect. We've got sunshine off the water here. Just beautiful conditions. There's a bit more swell, and as you say, Rohart and Ponso have had an absolutely cracking beat after that. It's just it's great to see them up here doing it, because they haven't won a race here yet. But I've got to come back to the Norwegian Melleby and Strube, the American. Just to fill in a few gaps, Melleby, as you say, was on Ericsson 3 in the 2008-2009 Volvo race. And he was on that leg, probably the worst leg in the history of that race, which was up to Qingdao in China, where they got absolutely battered. That night, I'm not joking, is as hard as nails. He sailed over 30,000 sea miles, raced over 30,000 sea miles. That guy's as hard as nails. And obviously a fantastic technician as well. I really got to give a big to Melleby in second position at the moment.
Thank you very much, Loué. Good insight. Well, hard as nails, he's hammering some of his competition at the moment and doing extremely well in race number 6 as the top boats, Rohard, Ponso, heading up towards the top mark. There's about a kilometre between top and bottom, so the fleet beginning to we're looking at the virtual eye, Diaz von Schwartz, I think down in 17th. I think they might have some pretty big gear problem there. I think they're out of it. So Rohart and Ponso just tacking on to that ley line, approaching the top mark. They've got a healthy lead of 42 meters over Melleby and Strube, and Scheidt and Prada, incredible Bill, up there in third position, with the rookies Honos and Revkin in 4th, and then Laubert and Rombaud in 5th. So round the mark we go. Let's get out back to Loué Habib, and it's pretty clear. There's a nice lead by Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau. And talk us through the mark rounding, Loué.
Yeah, big shout went up on the boat when the French team went round, and Ponceau was showboating big style. He was fully hiking out right in front of the cameras. The Norwegian team, the Norwegian boat Melleby with Strube from the States, their next round. And then there's a big gap to Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, who are being gunned down by the rookies, who are really in a proper fight here. That's Hornos and Revkin. So there's a bit of a spread out on this. Nice to see the Marazzi brothers back up in fourth. They're having a great race. And then behind them is the top German team of Polgar and Coy. Again, they're definitely picking up this race. Everyone seems to behave themselves this time, Digby, and I reckon they are being a bit more conservative. You don't want to start hitting bad numbers at this stage of the qualifiers for the Star Sailors League final.
Thanks very much, Louis. We're just watching Paul Kayard go around that top mark. He had a great race in the fifth and battling away in the sixth race. Negri and Lambertenghi, not such a stellar result for them today. In 15th, they're being beaten by Ed Wright and Pedersen, and Kayard down there in 16th. And Diaz and von Schwartz obviously have some gear damage. I think they're out of it. So let's see the fleet steaming downwind, battling away. There's quite a big clump here, Bill, as the boats head downwind, and as you say, they're going to be affecting each other's wind quite a bit. Like in match racing, you can take people from behind, you can roll them over, you can use a big sail. Can you do that in the Star class?
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of these times when one boat gets near another, it becomes just like match racing. They have the opportunity to attack tactically by rolling over another boat, and you'll see boats try to head up in order to clear their wind from the boat that's behind them. This is where in the middle you start to see these guys are all real close between like 6th and 13th, and in the final standings it's going to make a big difference whether they were 12th in this race or 8th in this race. So you saw a few people at the very back jibe right away. They're just kind of trying to get over to the other side and see if maybe they pick up something over there. They're hoping this will be their throw out anyway if it's a real bad one. So they're saying, well, maybe we can. They're not worried about catching 1 or 2 boats. They're trying to see maybe we can catch 6 or 8 boats and get this race into a usable result.
Well, John from Virtual Eye, I wonder if we could zoom down into the Marazzi brothers lying 9th overall. There's quite a good battle, that little clump of 4 boats. They're mid-table, they're striving away, they're going to be affecting each other's wind, and it'd be quite interesting to zoom down on those. We'll kind of get a feel for the boat speeds and what that little mini battle is doing. And I guess, it's like any sail racing. There's lots of there's a big picture, there's a battle, there's the glory at the front, the guys going for line honours lead, but right around the fleet there are little mini battles going on, and we're looking at the Marazzi brothers just taking on, I think it's Staniek and Polgar, I'm not sure. Staniek clean down there, Marazzi brothers in the middle, and Mendelblatt to his left on the port side, Staniek and clean to his right. What was that song, Chris? Fools in the Middle, all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm talking about. So downwind, here we go. 7 knots. And Mendelblatt and Fatih pretty evenly matched. Good battle going on here.
Yeah, it's definitely very close, and it's going to be a big difference what happens when they jibe and go the other direction, because they all have to jibe and go to the left in order to get toward the mark, and that'll give the ones that are on the left that they'll have the windward position. Then they'll be able to attack a little bit and have a little bit more of an advantage. So it'll be real interesting if you look at the places of these 4, for example, right now, and then kind of pick them up in 2 or 3 minutes and see if those positions have changed. Will be really interesting to observe.
And Andy Maloney and Tyler Bjorn just behind, chasing them down, getting a few gusts and speeds. I just should let Louis, our on-water commentator, know we're looking at a battle here between Mendelblatt and Fatih and the Marazzi brothers from Switzerland. Maloney and Bjorn right behind them. Louis, I don't know if you're anywhere near these guys. Can you see that battle going on?
We've got to stay a little bit away from this because obviously they can alter direction very quickly in the jibes. But I think the overall picture, as you sort of hinted at, is downwind, you're attacking from behind. You're taking the guy's wind that's in front of you. So when you're engaged, when you're that close to each other, the attack comes from behind. In these boats, there is a phenomenal difference in speed downwind compared to the upwind. So, battle on, diggers, but at the moment, we're a little bit further away from that. I haven't tucked into the sandwiches yet, though, I promise.
Fair enough, Louis. Something to look forward to after this race. Marazzi brothers and Staniek and Klein still battling away. It looks like Maloney and Bjorn, Mendelblack and Fatih moving away, trying to get into some cleaner air. So Marazzi attacking Staniek and Klein downwind, surfing those waves. They're going to have their rigs quite far forward. The crew is going to be on the foredeck, and they don't have a spinnaker in this class. I ought to say on Twitter that we're at hashtag Ask Digby, and we've had a question by Jim Revkin. I'm guessing Jim Revkin is a family member of Josh Revkin sailing here, and he asked, why did they add a race yesterday? The schedule was 3 races for the first 3 days, 3 races a day for the first 3 races, and we spoke to the race committee this morning, and they told us, well, it was perfect sailing conditions yesterday. I think they're a little worried, Bill, about tomorrow. There may be some big weather coming in. They're not exactly sure, so they just wanted to get an extra race in, get one in the bank, and they took an executive decision out there. Why not? They're allowed to do that. Unusual for Star regattas to hold more than 3 races a day. It's physically incredibly hard. Some of these crews were exhausted when they came off the water. And I spoke to the race officer this morning, Sharon Burke, who told us, no, just 3 races a day. But she was kind of just worried about getting the entire series in. So, Jim, that's the answer. I hope that helps. And back with Bill Allen, president of the Star class. We're looking at Rohard and Ponso romping away with this one, aren't they?
Yeah, this one's pretty clear. They've been right from the get-go. They jumped the fleet and got into clear wind, could sail their own race, take the shifts when they wanted to take them, and just really sailed a perfect race. It's been pretty impressive. The rest of the fleets behind them is pretty well. We got quite a distance between Melleby and Struby, and Robert and Bruno have hung right in there, getting another 3rd, which makes 6 straight races that they've had in the top 4 or 5, I think. So they're obviously in very good position. It'll be pretty interesting watching the finish of some of the boats in the 5th to 10th range and see how that shakes out, because that's where those critical points are going to be determined that will really play into effect tomorrow when the top 10 are determined.
Well, okay, Louis, we're getting about halfway down this race course towards the finish line for race number 6, and the points are beginning to stack up. Rohar Ponso, 57 metres ahead of Melleby and Strube, the mix of Dane and American sailors on that boat. The 2 Brazilians, Scheid and Prada, in 3rd place overall. Laubert and Rambaud from France in 4th position. Nearly not far off, 3/4 of the way. John just showing us all the tracks of all the boats around that race there. Finish line not far off. 5th place, Hornos and Revkin from the USA. They're youngsters, just 23 and 25. Some of the rookies, the youngsters, that the class is very determined to get involved in the top level of sailing. That's where the future is, in the youngsters. Polgar and Coy in 6th, Mendelblatt and Fatih 7th, Staniek and Klein in 8th, Maloney and Bjorn in 9th, and Kuznirovic and Zicki just battling away with Hespeak and Olesen 10th and 11th there, and the Marazzi brothers in 12th. So Marazzi brothers had a pretty good day yesterday, but they're battling, they're struggling, I think, at the moment in that little fight that we were looking. And then Negri and Lambertenghi, who had such a stellar day yesterday, not such a great race, 6th. I think this is their worst result. This will be their discard in the total points tally. And Paul Kayard and Austin Sperry, who had such a good start, And a great race yesterday, back down into 15th, and Zebo and Moss in 16th. So, Louis, we're getting down to the finish line, not too far. There's a huge lead by Roard and Ponceau. That's Louis just losing the kitchen, phoning me back in. So, Louis, I guess you're down by the finish line, not too far off. You can see Roard and Ponceau, an 84-metre lead, and then a fantastic battle going on with Melleby and Scheid and Prada for second place. These two guys, not much in it for between the second and third place boats, and we know who's going to win this, but I wouldn't put money on who's going to come second. Over to you, Louis.
Yes, it's great to see Javier taking this one. It's going to be a big chair because he's been one of the real exponents, one of the real people that's involved in putting this together and deciding on the rules. And yeah, he's just about to cross through the line now, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a cheer here. Let's see if we get one for the French. That's a very popular win, I can tell you. Now, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada are really taking on the Norwegians here. The Brazilian team are heading straight for the pit end, and he's now just pulled it in. He's just got on a wave, and they have taken the Norwegian boat. Another scout. Oh, has he? I don't know. It's very close. I think the Brazilians just pipped the Norwegians to the line there. There's a pat on the back there for Bruno from Robert. He put a hell of an effort in just pulling off that last wave and just getting his bow through the water to beat Melleby. Mellenby's not happy. He's just slammed his tiller extension down. He really wanted to win that one. So that's your top three off this race, and there's a hell of a battle going on behind, and this is where places really count.
Lobert Rambo just coming across the line to take fourth, and Polgar and Coy right behind them, and Louis, Hornos and Revkin speeding down to take fifth, I think, and it's going to be a good battle for sixth place between Mendelblatt and Farty, and can't quite see who's behind it, Hesbeck and Olsen. Okay, super tight finish. Mendelblatt just ahead of Maloney and Bjorn, Hesbeck and then Olsen, then Staniek and Klein, Kuznierovic and Zicki. Look at all these boats just piling across the finish line. Negri and Lambertengi, you know, there's just about 10 seconds between about 5-6 boats there. Louis, what an incredible finish, so incredibly close.
Well, if it wasn't so serious, Digby, you'd thought there was a big party going on here. The amount of boats zipping around, there's a lot of fist pumping going on, and there's a lot of people coming over to us for water. These guys are now feeling the fatigue. 2 races, and it's very hot out here today. So they're feeling the fatigue now, going into the last race, and you know they're taking on water to rehydrate. Just see the tension on their faces. There's a lot of sweat on the brow as well, Digby.
Thanks very much, Louis. Well, we know that the race officer, Sharon Burke, wants to turn these races out as soon as possible. It's going to be about 15 minutes. They have a little 2-minute window. If there are any on-the-water protests, they'll take them up to the on-the-water jury just behind the committee boat. And we'll come back in about 10 minutes, come back online to see the third race of the day and the 7th race of the Star Sailors League final. It's getting exciting. The points are getting pretty crucial. We'll do a little bit of mathematics back here and come back with the overall standings and come back in 5-10 minutes. And keep your eyes on the screen. Go and put the kettle on, take a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Do please stay with us. It's getting interesting. Well, welcome back, folks, to Nassau in the beautiful Bahamas. You can see from our beauty cam there's good breeze out there, sunshine, champagne sailing conditions. Now we're about under 3 minutes towards the start, so we're just going to race through the overall standings after 6 races. Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada leading by a country mile, 10 points over Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. And third place, Mendelblatt and Fati, 19 points. Rohard Ponceau, that superb race win just now, brings them up into 4th place overall. 5th, Ellaby and Strube. 6th, Staniek and Klein. 7th, the Poles, Kuznirovic and Zicki. 8th, Diaz, John von Schwartz. 9th, Lobert, Rambo. And 10th, Maloney and Tyler Bjorn. Here at the bottom of the leaderboard, this is the danger zone. Polgar and Coy, Hesbeck, Olesen. 13th, Paul Kayard, Austin Sperry. They're in the danger zone. They need to pull some magic out of their back pocket for this one. Then the Swiss brothers, the Marazzi brothers, followed by Hornos and Revkin. Then Zabo and Moss, Ed Wright and Pedersen in 17th, and Posmar and Natucci down in 18th. Okay, so we're going to use the incredible tool that is Virtual Eye to fly us out onto the race course, and we're going to get stuck into race number 7, and right out there on the race course to the left of our screen, Louay Habib, our on the water commentator, has a bird's eye view of the line. You're right on the line there, all the boats bunching up, about a minute to go. Louay, over to you. Let's get a bit of atmosphere, a bit of condition, and talk us through the start if you would.
Yeah, as you say, Dick, it's about a minute to go, and there's a big ball of boats up at the committee boat end. Ed Wright looks like he's going for a 4th flight down this end. Obviously, these guys are not going to be able to work out what you just have, so they don't know exactly where they are in that danger zone. So I think they're just going to try and sail their own race, try and get the lowest number they possibly can. It's going to be a blanket start, that's for sure. There's a big number of boats up at the boat end, but they're in bad air up there. That's a proper fight up there. In the middle of the Marazzi brothers are ragging their sails. They think they're early. There's an American boat pushing through the line, and it's takeoff. Just 3 seconds to go, and we had two. There is an individual recall. Ed Wright and Moreland Pedersen have not started. They have gone back. We're not sure if there are any other boats involved in that, but I don't think Ed Wright. I don't think Ed Wright even crossed the line when they called the individual recall. Nobody has gone back, but I cannot see the X flag, so that's probably just Ed Wright. So it looks like the line's clear, and romping away are the Italians again. They've got great pace there. The Marazzi brothers are on their hip. And just inside those, we've got Staniek and Klein. And it's a cracking start. The Norwegians have got very clear air as well. You've got 2 early tackers. You've got Posma and one of the American boats. Sorry, I can't see the bow number on that. But very competitive start. And again, we're looking at a fleet that's right across racecourse, from left to right and down the middle. So, and of course, there's Robert Scheidt in his usual spot, just to left and centre, taking that conservative role, but covering the left. The left looks like it's going to pay again as it did yesterday. Back to you, Diggers.
Well, Louay, that's perfect information. You've confirmed what we're seeing on Virtual Eye, that the leaders are Rohart and Ponceau moving out onto the left. As you rightly say, Bruno Prada, Robert Scheidt taking that just left of centre position on the start line. They seem to like that start. They've done it over and over again. It seems to be a good tactic. Start in the middle somewhere, cover their bases, and get some clean air in the middle. Just looking at the race results for Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada after 6 races, just let me read out their race results. A second, a fourth, a first, a third, a first, and a second. So a 4th place is their discard, their worst result, and they're on 9 points in total, 10 points ahead of Sergio Lambertenghi and Diego Negri. Absolutely phenomenal. So in the studio here in the Nassau Yacht Club, we have Bill Allen, president of the Star Class. Bill, some pretty consistent stuff from the Brazilians, the brilliant Brazilians, and over we're looking at the middle of the fleet there with Rohart and Ponceau. So not a bad start. I think Ed Wright got caught out on the pin end. I think he got stuffed out, couldn't quite squeeze in there, so he had to turn around and come back in. So he's in 18th position. He's got a lot a lot to do in this race. Hard work for the British Finn sailor. But looking like Rohart and Ponceau off to a stellar start again, Bill.
Yeah, they certainly got a good start again. They had great speed the first race, and if they can keep clear, I suspect they'll have another good result. You're exactly right that Robert prefers the middle of the. There tends to be a little bit of a jam at each end of this line, and it's a little bit easier to get open wind and be able to be a little more flexible if you have to tack in the middle of the fleet. So a lot of the top guys prefer to be there. They have confidence in their speed. After the start, they can maneuver and put themselves in a good position. Maybe some of the guys that needed an excellent result today, like Ed Wright, would try to push one end of the line, and it just didn't work out for him this time. George Szabo also needs a good result today, and he's going pretty hard left, it looks like. There might be a couple of guys on the right as well that are doing that. So in this race, you'll start to see people really trying to go for an excellent result because they know they might need a significant amount of points to get back into the top 10. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how the standings are starting to shape up.
Well, Louis, just to let you know what we're seeing on Virtual Eye, obviously the fleet is split left to right, and we can see some of the top contenders here over on the left-hand side at the bottom of our screen. Scheid and Prada, Melody Strub, Rohart, Ponceau, Negri, Lambertenghi. So Negri, Lambertenghi, Rohart, Ponceau, and Scheid and Prada. Those 3 top of the leaderboard pretty much at the moment, and all going left up the course and getting a distinct advantage. So Louis, I wonder if you can talk to Robert's coach in a moment and just get some information about why this left-hand side seems to be paying so well. As we go up onto the other side of the course, Lobert, Rimbaud, Stanjek and Klein, Maloney, Bjorn, Mendelblatt, Fatih, Hespeak and Olsen, and quite a clump, Bill, going far out to the right, and I kind of wonder why would they do that?
Yeah, I think in the previous 2 races, the left seemed to be somewhat preferred, but guys did come out of the right and do okay. So I think at this point, some of these people are saying, boy, we really need a good result here, so we're going to give a shot. And if you look at the people that are out there, there are people that are fighting right at the 10 spot. And they may have also seen something on the water. They maybe right at the start, the wind was a little bit toward the left, and they thought maybe if it comes back to the right a little bit, they'd have a better angle coming in from the right. I think that's a significant factor. I suspect that these guys are on a pretty good tack right now. These guys before the start, they'll all figure out what compass headings are good and bad on the starboard tack and the port tack. And so throughout the racing, they'll kind of keep that as a guide that if their good tack is 180 degrees and they're down at 170 degrees, they probably should think about going on to the other tack. You notice some of them are starting to tack right now, and that may mean that the winds come back a little bit, or they may be just getting too far to the edge of the course. They start to get a little nervous. But the wind is not real shifty here. Nassau is a very steady place, which is why everybody likes to sail here. But there are 5 to 10 degree shifts that occur as you go up the course, and if you can be in phase with those 5 degree shifts, that translates into a lot of distance if you can play them right.
Thanks a million, Bill. Good insight. Just to let viewers know, right in the middle of our screen we have a white dot, a white boat without a track, and that is where Loué Habib, our on-the-water commentator, is. So Loué, right in the middle of the action. Loué, so boats to the left of you look like they're gaining. Boats to the right looks like they're taking a little bit of a risk, hoping that it's going to pay off a little bit later towards the end of this first leg. I wonder what you can tell us about the left-hand side of the course and the right-hand side of the course.
Well, sitting right next to me, I've got Luke Madonna, the coach of Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, and he will tell you exactly why those boats are going to the left. I'm just going to hand you over to the master himself. Hold on.
Hi. Hi. Good. It's getting some strife on the waves. It's increasing waves and wind here. We get a big right coming just after the start, but all the leading team was considering left. So Robert was for the Italian Negri on the left side of the course, and it looked like now they just crossed ahead Madenblood, the United States guy, just crossing ahead Port, the guy coming out, and Starboard with Madenblood. It looked like left for us was more considerably constant for the building up a good result for the end of the day.
Thank you very much, and appreciate that, Luca. So Loué and Luca right in the middle of the course. They're chugging up just behind the fleet, and they've got some media from around the world, including the world-famous photographer Carlo Belenghi, who's about as good as it gets when it comes to marine photography. The legendary Carlo. And so these guys are following the race. We're in Nassau Yacht Club with Virtual Eye and Chris, our vision mixer, and right next to me, Bill Allen, president of the Star Class. We've got about a kilometre to go all the way up. It's a big, long course, this. They've stretched it out a little bit, Bill, to get 3 races. They're not going to run 4 races today. So this is race 7th of the Star Sailors League, and quite a split in the fleet.
Yeah, there definitely is. They have stretched out a little bit. I don't think they want everybody to be as exhausted. So they only doing 3 races, they feel they can do another, tenth of a mile or whatever. And they are quite spread out. It's kind of amazing. They are spread out from ley line to ley line. Right now, the results are showing that the farther you went left, the farther you are ahead. George Szabo was the last one to tack, going to the left, and he's leading. Xavier Rohart, Ponceau are shown next, with Diego and Sergio next. So at this point, it certainly looks like the left boats are going to be favored. But you never know. It would only take a 2 or 3 degree wind shift or a tenth of a knot less current on the right to put those people back in contentions. But right now, I would guess that the boats on the left are going to do better. You see 2 boats going out there even farther left now, trying to take advantage of that perception. So we'll see how it works in about 6 minutes.
We will indeed. It was interesting talking to Luca, Robert Scheid's coach, yesterday morning, and just talking about clouds. We can't see the clouds here in our studio, but he was saying, well, on the whole, as a kind of rule of thumb, you tend to kind of steer away from the white clouds and steer towards any black clouds. Black cloud mean wind, white cloud means less wind. Which was quite good to know. So the Marazzi brothers right at the top of the screen, they're heading far, far right, and Szabo and Moss are as far left going up the beat, and looking pretty good right now, with Robert Scheid and Prada in second place, Rohart and Ponceau in third, and Negri and Lambertenghi in fourth. Better result for the Italians there. They're going to be pleased with that. I think that's going to nail their place into the top 10, and they've just climbed a position up into third. Kuznirovic and Zicki in fifth place, Lobert and Rambo sixth, Mendelblatt Fatih in seventh. But as you say, Bill, little deceptive, because any slight wind shift, and we're going to see those guys on the right doing extremely well. Interesting to see, John from Virtual Eye, the middle boats. Let's zoom in a little bit to the middle of the fleet and see who we've got there, who are playing the cunning plan going up the middle. And we've seen Robert Scheid do that a great deal. He's a master of fleet tactics. And there he is. As we speak, he's just taken first place. And we're looking at Kuznirovic there in the middle with Mendelblatt and Fatih and Staniak and Klein, Maloney and Bjorn and Hesbeek and Olsen. These guys tacking up the middle. Wright and Pedersen had quite a hard time on that start. So they've got a lot to do in this race, a lot to do in the competition. But remember, Ed Wright never sailed a star before. This is his first time ever, so you know, there's no real pressure on Ed Wright.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know if I sailed a fin, I'd be doing a lot worse than he is doing here. I used to sail fins myself quite a bit, and it's a wonderful boat, very, very physical boat. And to have him come into the Star Class is a real honor for us, and I think he's doing really, really well. So he's going to have some bad races, and then he's going to have some good races. But I suspect if we gave him 2 weeks to practice, he'd be right up with anybody else. He's a great sailor and a great young guy.
Nicely said. So Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada leading this race as we see it. Now we're profiling some of these sailors, and we spoke to Robert Scheidt a little bit about the philosophy of racing, what it takes to be a top sportsman. So we'll play that interview, and if you're watching at home, you can carry on watching the virtual eye. We'll put a little picture-in-picture, but let's hear a little bit of the great man himself. 5 Olympic medals, Robert Scheidt.
I'm Robert Scheidt from Brazil, sailing since I was 9 years old. Did 15 years of laser sailing and 8 years of star sailing. Went to 5 Olympic Games and many world championships. Yeah, we're here in Nassau in Bahamas for the Star Sailors League. We're very happy to come to this event. I think it's going to be a great regatta. And well, regarding your question, I think sailing is a very complex sport. It's a sport that is not only about the training and about the physical fitness. There's many factors that involves because you're dealing with the wind, you're dealing with the current, we're dealing with the competition. So I think the most important thing is that you really enjoy sailing, and then you can learn each day that you go to the water, that when you come back from the water you will make mistakes, and that you can improve from that mistakes for the next day. I think that's what makes you better and better day by day, that you can take something out of a day. After the London Olympics, we haven't been on a star too much. I went back to the laser, and Bruno, my crew, went to the fin. So we haven't really trained so much for this regatta, but we hope we can do well. You know, we're going to give it our best chance, and it's probably going to be a regatta that consistent sailing will pay off, like good starts, good boat handling, good boat speed, and good tactics. That's what wins regattas like this, and hopefully we can do well, qualify in the top 10, which is our primary goal, to go in the final day, and then hopefully in the final day we can make some good racing. Talent alone doesn't win you anything, and only hard work also not. So I think you gotta have a fair bit of talent, but also you gotta work really hard. You know, if I look back when I started sailing Optimist, there were guys that were more talented than me, but they didn't move forward. You know, they didn't go to Olympic classes. They decided to do other things in life, and I kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And at one stage, the door opened for me. I won my first world championship with 22 years old, and that gave me a lot of confidence. If I look back, I wouldn't expect me to, with 40 years old, to be winning so many regattas, you know, and to be so successful. So I'm pretty happy, because sailing is the thing I love most in my life, and to be able to do it as a job, it's great. You know, we travel to great places, and we have good friends all around, and the competition really motivates me. You just try to develop your potential to the maximum. You know, I think that's when you finish, each athlete, when you're done, when you finish your career, you want to look back and say, I gave my best, and I developed my potential to the maximum possible. If that was to win a national championship or a world championship, it doesn't matter. It's that important that you reach the maximum potential. And that's what my goal is. You know, I don't know how much more I can be at the top, how many more years, but right now I'm enjoying it a lot. my body's still letting me do it. And I mean, it's great. It's a great sport. It's a sport that you never get bored, because one day is always different than the other. You know, one day you have light winds, other day strong winds. You always make some mistakes that you want to improve for the next day. And sailing in different classes is also great. You know, you go from the lasers, a single-handed, you sail, you have to make all decisions alone, and then you come to the Star Sailors League, you sail on a double-handed boat, me and Bruno, and you have to split the decisions. It's a more complicated boat. So it all adds up to your knowledge. I think they picked the perfect place, you know, at this time of the year, December. Everybody's freezing, and we're here in this paradise. It's my first time here, and I'm lucky, you know, because probably it was my best chance to come here was to do a sailing regatta like this, and I think it's going to be great.
Great interview there with the great man, and we're around the top mark, and it's all going on here. Let's go straight to Louis. It's looking pretty crunchy out there, mate.
Yeah, and the big news here at the top mark is the Polish team, Kuzniewicz and Jutski, went up the middle of the beat and definitely got ahead. They were taking bow after bow after bow. They then banked that lead and went over to the left to cover and just came in on port ahead of the German Polgar and Coy. Robert Scheidt round in third. Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada were over on the left-hand side, and they reached across to get out of trouble, get into the middle to lay that top mark, just stayed out of trouble, and they're in third place. But the cracking beat was definitely from the Polish team, Kuzniewicz and Jutski. Again, everybody's behaving themselves at top mark. There's no incident at all. I think they're all round pretty much clean, but they're very close. And with these different in speed on the downwind leg, we could see some changes in places which could make a massive difference in these qualifiers for the world, for the Star Sailor League finals. Over to you, Digby.
Thanks very much, Louis. Getting pretty exciting out there. I could see hear the enthusiasm in your voice. It looked like Mendelblatt and Fati. I think they had a bit of a penalty. They must have touched the mark or had an incident, and they did a penalty turn just to clear their mistake there. And so we're hammering downwind with Kuzniewicz and Zicki. That was a fantastic little end to that upwind leg there from the Polish team, and also the Germans, Polgar and Coy. So Scheidt and Prada down to third. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail to reclaim the lead of this race. But we have the president of the Star Class, Bill Allen, in the studio. Fantastic sailing by Kuzniewicz and Zicki there.
Yeah, that's really amazing. They did take a more middle course, and the boats on the left struggled a little bit. George Szabo from the U.S. was the farthest boat left, and he went all the way from the top to near the bottom of the board. And so in the middle and to the right a little bit, some guys had the opportunity to sail a little bit better wind and move up. And Kuzniewicz and Zicki certainly took the most of that opportunity and moved out to a nice little lead. It just shows how close everything is. If they had only been maybe 2 boat lengths further back, they would have been in that big mess, but they were just able to sneak around in front of everybody and get around to a nice lead. So we'll see how they do as they go down. Some guys at the back will still be really trying to pull out some things and get up to a decent result, because this is, getting down to the qualifying area now.
Well, Scheidt and Prada just reclaimed the lead over Kuzniewicz and Zicki. Massive battle going on at the front of this fleet here, Louis. These two teams, Scheidt, Kuzniewicz, are incredible Olympic sailors, and I'm guessing you're chugging down beside the fleet there. Oh, look at them go. Just, I wonder if you can tell us in words what you can see.
Well, we're literally parallel with them. Their two head sails are literally neck and neck, and there's a massive duel going on between these two. Neither of them are giving any quarter whatsoever. But again, Scheidt and Prada are showing that they have some prowess downwind. and they are edging ahead now of the Polish team. But they're refusing to give up. They're just putting in a jibe now. They jibe simultaneously. That's both boats jibing in one. Now, they're slowing each other down a little bit. And in that sort of maelstrom that's going on, Negri and Lambertenghi are actually closing in on them. And so are Roja and Ponto. So they're having a bit of battle up there, but they're slowing each other down a bit. It doesn't matter in the big picture, but looking at Scheidt and Prada creaming away here, it's just so impressive. Back to you, Diggers.
Thanks very much, Louis. Much appreciated. And we can see the relative boat speeds there between Kuznirovic and Scheidt, round 8, 7 to 8, and Scheidt just and his crew, Bruno Prada, playing the waves and pumping away and just overtaking the Polish team. And great battle just behind them. A little bit further back, we've got Negri over onto the right as they go downwind, but right behind Kuznirovic and Scheidt, little bunch of 3 boats. They're having a pretty good battle here. Let's look at those. We've got PJ Postma back in the running. Great to see him, the fantastic Finn sailor, 4th at the Olympics last year. He's having a great battle with Melby and Strub, the Dane and the American team there, all mixed up. And looks like Roja has just moved away from them to follow Scheidt and Kuznirovic just behind. Roja, Xavier, he's having a superb regatta here. Did a great day yesterday, and it's all going on downwind. Kayard and Sperry, these guys are getting into a bit of a danger zone. They're in 10th place in this race. They're not making the cut overall, Bill, and that's a bit of a danger for the legend that is Paul Kayard. He wouldn't be happy, will he? He won't be happy if he doesn't make that top 10.
No, he's a very competitive guy, and I know he certainly didn't expect to beat everybody like maybe he used to, but I know being a competitive guy, he did is in very good physical shape and was hoping that it would come back to him enough to certainly make the top 10, and once you make the top 10, you never know how things can work out. So I'm sure he'll be disappointed and be working real hard in the next 2 races and the rest of this one to try to gain himself a position into that top 10.
Well, talking of Paul Kayard, we had a really good chat. The fleet is quite spread out. We'll keep watching the fleet in virtual eye, but let's catch up with Paul Kayard. Just get his thoughts on the competition and being here and his physical shape. And he's always a good talker. He's always been absolutely fantastic with the media. I remember his written reports from the Whitbread Round the World race were completely stunning. So let's hear from Paul Kayard. Paul Kayard, legend in sailing, long-time star sailor. When did it all begin, Paul?
Well, the star sailing part began in '77 for me in San Francisco. I raced in the 78 Worlds as a crew, got 4th, and just continued with it. My first regatta here in Nassau was in 1980 as a crew for Bill Gerard, and in '82 for Vince Brune. '84 I skippered myself and won here, my first Silver Star.
You're sailing with Austin Sperry. What can you tell us about Austin?
Oh, Austin's a great young sailor, 35 years old. You know, he's been to the Olympic Games in China. He came with me as a sort of a helper and a crew to our tune-up boat in 2004 in Athens, and he's a great sailor.
Interesting format of competition here. You've done a lot of sailing in all kinds of different boats. What are your thoughts on this format and the prize money?
Well, I think it's fantastic, of course, that someone is putting together an event like this. You know, this is like an Olympic Games style event. It's a small fleet, 18 boats. These are the top sailors in the world. These guys train, you know, at least 8 months a year. It's real serious. I remember when I went to Athens Olympic Games, I was in the gym 4 or 5 days a week, and I was sailing 4 or 5 days a week, and it's very serious. It's full time and, you know, very committed. You look at Robert Scheidt, who's here. He just won the Laser Worlds at 40. I mean, he's a professional small boat sailor. That's what he does. And so here, this regatta, the SSL, Star Sailors League championship is just the best, the elite. And with only 18 boats on the track, you know, you got to have speed. There's not a lot of traffic. It's not like a world championship or a Bacardi Cup where there's 80, 90, 100 boats. their tactics and strategy in dealing with the mass of boats is a big factor. And then you got to have speed. But here, when you just have 18 boats, speed kills. And so the guys who are well trained and familiar with the boat, they should do really well here.
Give us a bit more insight into, you know, when you approach a regatta like this, a kind of one-off, a small-scale regatta, you know, so much pressure on results. What's going through? What do you have to do to come on top here?
Well, again, like I said, first, Nassau is typically a venue where it pays to be fast, it pays to be strong. You want to be right on maximum weight because typically it's 15 knots, 18 knots, and big waves because the wind comes from the east. And it's a beautiful place to sail. It's my favorite place in the world to sail. And I have won here probably at least four times. I've been racing here more than 10 times in Western Hemispheric Championships usually. And so I know what it takes, and you know, you just got to be fit and strong and fast, and we're going to be doing 3 or 4 races a day, so you got to be, you know, even aerobically fit to recover from that. So it's not a shifty place, it's just a speed place.
Well, good insight from the legend that's Paul Kayard, and we're about to hit the bottom gate. Scheid and Prada pulling out a pretty healthy lead there, Bill, around that bottom gate, followed by Kuznirovic and Zicki. And let's head out onto the water with our commentator, Louay Habib. Pretty close stuff.
Yeah, it's a fantastic bottom mark here, probably the best one we've seen today for sure. And now the fleet are heading to that last upwind beat of the day. And as I pointed out earlier, upwind, it's still physically hard work, but these guys are going to be taking a bit of a breather because the last downwind leg is going to be, it's not going to be for the literally livid, because I'm sure that a lot of these boats realise that it's very important just to get those few places to go into those finals, to get in that top 10. So I'm sure there'll be an interesting beat, but to be honest with you, I reckon we're going to have a fantastic finish this race. Back to you, Diggers.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Lou. I mean, there's almost a minute between first and last in this whole fleet. Just 1 minute after 2 legs of racing. They've probably done about 3 kilometres. I don't know what is that in miles? I forget now. So halfway round the race, and just 1 minute between the entire fleet. It's as close as it gets, Bill.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think it's about 1.7 miles. But
Thank you very much.
But and it's interesting, the guys kind of evenly split going around the left and the right gate, and now they're kind of heading off different directions. I'm sure they all noticed that the boats that went hard left the last time upwind didn't do that well. The boats that kind of stayed in the middle, kept their wind clean, were able to make a run at the very end. So these guys probably aren't thinking they need to go hard left or hard right. They just want to get in clear wind and try to get in phase with the small shifts. So it'll be pretty interesting when they start crossing and see if there's any significant changes.
Bill, sorry to interrupt. I wonder if we could go back out to Louay Habib. Louay, you're in a good position there just to see somebody do a penalty turn. We can't see on Virtual Eye right now. Bottom of my screen. Who was doing a penalty turn? Was that Hespik and Olesen?
Yeah, that's the Danish pair infringed at the bottom mark. Couldn't tell exactly what the infringement was. But yeah, to hear that whistle go, see that red flag go up, you know, your heart's got to go down, but you've got to grit your teeth, get stuck in and get back into it. So I'm sure that's what the Danes will be doing. And great comment there from the Star Class chairman. There's definitely a big split in the fleet. We've got some boats certainly going down the middle, particularly the Polish team. They've gone up the middle. It worked for them last time. If it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. And we don't have too many boats down the far left. So not a good spot there. And the question is, top mark, these boats are all going to be pretty close together. We know that. It's going to be about those little pumps, that little extra couple of metres on the downwind leg to the finish. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks very much, Lue. You can see you hammering upwind. Well, we can hear you chugging upwind there with the rest of the fleet just behind on the right-hand side of the course. Cracking view. We're looking up the left-hand side of the course at the race leader. It is Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada. They've got a 43-meter lead over Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, the fantastic Italians. So I'm pretty much guessing in the overall standings that these two are probably the overall leaders, and they're certainly the most consistent race performers. Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, their worst result was in that last race, race number 6, their 13th. That's going to be their discard. And they had 2 bullets, race 1, race 2, 2 race wins, then a 6th, a 9th and a 2nd. And then race 6 was a 13th. But they're up there contending here, and I think that's going to take them through to the top 10 tomorrow. Bill, president of the Star Class, it's getting exciting. I think we're beginning to see the shape and form of the fleet, the runners and riders who are doing particularly well. And it's nice to see right in the middle. We spoke to Paul Kayard, and he's in 7th here. He's got a battle on, Paul Kayard and Austin Sperry. Great star sailors, great sailors in this fleet and in all sorts of fleets. They've got a bit of a battle on, eh?
Yeah, I think they probably do. I'm sure their thought process right now is to try to get up to the top 5 in this, and then they got a couple of top 5s tomorrow, and maybe they'll get into the top 10. But it's going to be the thought process in a lot of these guys. It's really starting to take shape. After the results today, you'll probably be able to see, certainly Robert and Bruno and Diego and Sergio are pretty much locks in. And there might be 3 or 4 others that are pretty much will only have to have very mediocre results tomorrow. So you'll see them sailing very conservatively tomorrow. And some of the other guys right in the middle will just be trying to get another 7th or 8th and can squeeze their way in. So it's a very unusual format, and it will be interesting to see how guys react to it, because it's not something that they've done a lot of in terms of reacting to this kind of format.
Well, overall, in the overall results after 6 races, the Germans, Johannes Polgar and Markus Koy, they're on 51 points. They're 11th overall, and their race results are an 11th, a 15th, a 17th, a 15th, a 5th, and a 5th. And now we see in race number 7, they're in 6th place there. So that might just nudge them into the top 10 as we go, as we look at the leaderboard going into tonight and going into tomorrow. So these guys are battling away, and this is a good race for them. All they need to do is to get into that top 10. Doesn't matter about the glory at the front so much at this stage of the regatta. So they're battling away. Also 12th overall, Michael Hestbeek and Klaus Olesen. They're just behind Johannes Polgar and Markus Koy, 12th overall after 6 races. And let's see how they're getting on here. They're not doing too... Oh, no, they are doing quite badly. That was... they're in 18th place. That's going to see them bump down on the overall standings. So mini battles, that battle to make the cut. This is where the kind of meat is in this sandwich of race number 7.
Yeah, you'll see everybody making copies of the results and taking it out to the course tomorrow, and keeping it dry, and then watching, how far are we behind this guy, how far ahead on this guy, and they'll be really figuring it out tonight. And there's not a whole lot of points between 8th, 9th, and 10th, and 11th, 12th, 13th, so right in there. For example, Johannes Polgar, Markus Koy, with another good race right now, they could move themselves up into the top 10. And conversely, right now, if somebody has a real bad race, they'll have to count their previous throw out, and it could really hurt them.
Okay, so the mathematics beginning to come into play in the Star Sailors League, and that's part of the game. The Olympic class sailors, they know that in the Olympic class racing they have to get into the top 10 for the medal race. So no difference there. The only difference is that when they're in the top 10, they'll do 1 race, and then the top 7 will go through to the semi-finals, and then the top 4 will go into a massive set-piece 1-race showdown with 4 boats. That is going to be quite spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be amazing. Tomorrow, 1 race to I think probably the goal, of course, is to make that top 4. So you're going to see guys, you know, when they're 10th, they just want to, in the first race, they're just going to want to make sure they're in the top 7. In the second race, they'll just try to get in the top 4. So they'll be, if you're in 4th place, you're probably going to be more protecting 4th place than trying to get to 1st place. And then in the last race, it's going to be really amazing to see how aggressive everybody is. And you'll see at boat conflicts or turning spots, you're going to see a lot of aggressiveness, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some protests or umpire decisions at that point. It'll be really interesting to see. We've never had an event like this, and to have a winner takes all, so to speak, is going to be a lot of pressure. I don't care how experienced these guys are, they're going to have butterflies in the stomach tomorrow morning.
Well, big time. I guess they're working extremely hard, hammering upwind in the third leg of the course. They're going upwind round the top mark, and then they'll run back down towards the finish. Let's catch up with our on-the-water commentator, Loué Habib. Loué, can't quite see. I see there, top of the screen, you're right over on the right-hand side. You're getting quite a good look down the front of the fleet. We can tell you that Polgar and Coy are just about a metre ahead of Kuznerovic and Zicki, with Scheid and Prada just a boat length behind. So the top 3 very, very close in terms of distance. Loué, just tell us how hard is it out there? These guys must be suffering physically. Stand by. Let's reconnect with Loué. Sorry, we're on a mobile phone system with our on-the-water commentator, so I'm going to dial him up. Meanwhile, Bill, just talk about let's talk about Polgar and Coy, Kuznerovic and Zicki. That super close race right at the front, just a metre in it, and we'll dial up Loué and try and get him on the line and talk to him out on the water. Mendelblatt and Farty just behind, Szabo and Moss, pair of some good American sailors here, cream of the crop, star sailors. This is am I right in saying that you know, it's the strongest fleet in the world from the United States?
Yeah, I think that would certainly be true. The best star sailors currently, George Szabo won the Worlds in 2009. And Mark Mendelblatt was the Olympic representative in 2012. So those two guys are certainly right on it. And Paul Cayard being a legend, you know, the Americans certainly have a strong presence here. But so does everybody else. If you look at the leaderboard for today's race, for example, the top 8 positions are 8 different countries. So it's, you know, the talent is spread throughout the world here. But it's interesting, the guys from the middle have overtaken Robert Scheid and Bruno, who went far left. So it seems to have worked again to play the shifts up the middle, then go hard one side or the other. But again, Robert is just trying to stay clean. He just wants to make sure he doesn't have any other conflicts. So you're going to see him probably, you know, go one side or the other a little more aggressively to try to avoid any potential conflicts.
Well, still pretty close. We're going to see as we look up the course. There's quite a few sailors going out onto the left, and there's going to be some pretty interesting cross tacks coming up fairly soon. Must be about 3/4 of the way up the beat towards that top mark. I will try and see if we can get hold of Loué out on the water. Loué, I'm sorry we lost you there for a minute. Just tell us, we've got 500 meters to the top mark, and it's getting pretty crunchy up there.
Well, Diggers, I think this big right shift must have done something to the communications. There's a big right shift, so the boats out to the left are getting headed, and the guys that have gone up the middle and to the right-hand side are making massive gains. So Polgar and Coy and Kuznerovic and Jutski are looking great for the top mark, but let's go back to that bottom mark where the Danes had to do their penalty turn. Now, they went over to the right-hand side. They are sort of in the left-hand side, but they've taken a lot of scouts. You've got the math. These guys are trying to get into that top 10, and that big righty, maybe God's from Denmark, I don't know. But the long and the short of it is it's definitely going to be Polgar and Coy and Kuznerovic and Jutski fighting for this top mark. And we've got much more increased sea state. The shift has definitely put some waves up. We've got some decent waves to surf back down on that final leg of the day. Back to you, Diggers.
Thanks very much, Louis. Good insight. Well, we can tell you that Hesbik and Olesen from Denmark are in 13th place overall. They've climbed up from 18th. So that right-hand shift is doing them a power of good. John, I wonder if we can just find, just to the bottom right of our screen, we can say Hesbik and Olesen right there, climbing up, and they've got Postma and Natucci on their hip, just above to windward of them, and Roja and Pozzo tracking right across on port tack. Loba Rambo at the bottom of our screen, just picking up the end there. So interesting cross tacking here, and it's getting crunchy towards the top. Louis, we can see your position, your white boat. You're in a pretty perfect viewing position, going nice and slow. I can imagine keeping that wake down. And Scheidt and Prada in third place, but Polgar and Coy, the Germans, Bill, doing extremely well on this leg.
Yeah, they seem to have been very quick upwind, and I think they got in a good position for that little right-hand shift. And the guys that were to the far right, they had enough lead on that they didn't lose them, but they picked up the guys on the left there. Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati have moved up quite a bit too, so a lot of people have taken advantage of the course position, and it'll be interesting. It looks like there will be quite a shake-up at the top, which is really difficult for these guys on their mental state when they know how close the points are.
So they're getting towards the right-hand ley line for the top mark, Polgar and Coy, with Scheidt, Prada, Kuznerovic, Zicki in the mix. Interesting to see Melleby and Strub, the Danes. They're fifth overall after 6 races, and they're in a good position in this race. So consistency is it. These guys, we haven't talked a great deal about Melleby and Strub, but they're doing a nice, consistent series here. Very clean results from these guys. They've got a 3rd, an 8th, a 10th, a 4th, a 14th, and a 3rd. And from Norway, Norway. Getting my flags mixed up there. So we're getting towards the top mark and hitting the ley lines. Polgar and Kay probably tacking right now. I ought to explain to viewers that our Virtual Eye system has to go via satellites and all kinds of stuff. There's a little 5-second delay from the actual live what's really going on. So let's dial back into Louis Habib, our commentator on the water. Louis, I can see your position. You've lined up perfectly for your photographers, and you must have Polgar and Coy coming straight down the barrel.
Well, yeah, it's sunglasses on here. There's just the whole of the ocean has just gone silver, silhouetted by these two boats. So yes, you're absolutely right. It's Polgar and Coy coming into the top mark first. They've got about 2 boat lengths on Kuznerovic and Jutski. That's the Germans going around now. Big bear away. They're both hiking out hard, heading for that reach. Then it's the poles. And then Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada once again in 3rd. And that shows he covered the left, but he stayed nearer the middle. And when that shift came in, he was in a good position to get there. As you quite rightly point out, the Norwegian boat, Melleby, with Strub on board, they're having a right old punch-up to get to the line with it's Menenbach. Oh, there might have been a coming together there. There might have been a coming together. Neither of them have hit the mark. And no shouting, no penalty. They must have been at literally a hair's breadth apart around that mark. Negri and Lambertenghi are the next round. And then barrel number 98, got to look that one up. It's getting
Postma and Eduardo Natucci. Postma and Natucci.
Yeah, thank you, Diggers. But it's all about this downwind leg now. There's big waves, there's big opportunity to increase speed, and you can feel the tension. We're literally inches away from these sailors now. Absolutely fantastic sight. Back to you, Diggers, and talk us through how they're doing on the speed on the downwind leg.
Thanks very much, Louis. We can see you racing around the course yourself. Yeah, get out of there, mate. You know, you don't want you aren't any sailors jumping off their boat and swimming towards you. Now, if you see that, Louis, I'd jump off yourself and swim the other way, mate. We don't want a Ben Ainsley incident here in the Bahamas. So final top wind mark rounding, and the boat's still incredibly close together, Bill. You know, that middle bunch there, there's going to be some lead changes in here, and it's quite interesting to see Ed Wright and Pedersen in 9th place. They're having a great race here. Diaz and von Schwartz, they're in the running, doing well. Rohart and Ponceau still in the mix. You know, it's not they're strong contenders. Hornost and Revkin, Maloney and Bjorn, Marazzi brothers, Hesbeck and Ollison, Kayard and Sperry losing out quite badly on that upwind leg, and Lobert and Rambeau. So it's beginning to look like dangerous territory for Paul Kayard and Austin Sperry as they head downwind. I think you know, it's going to be hard for Paul when he comes in off the water today, Bill.
Yeah, he'll probably won't be in the best mood he's ever been. But I'm sure, being the type of guy that he is, he's liable to go back and say, look, if we have 2 real good finishes tomorrow, we can still make it. And he'll look on the positive side. You know, he's done an awful lot of sailing and been in this position before. And I'm sure he'll come out of it with a attitude that we can still do it. So, but right now it is a struggle. There was quite a bit of mix-up on that last leg because the wind did go right somewhat. And some of the guys, you know, made out significantly on that. But it's real close right now between 4th and about 8th. Only 20 meters, 30 meters is separating them. And there's probably, with the big waves and the surfing conditions, there's going to be some significant changes among those people. So, and I'm sure it makes a big difference to some of those people. Robert Stanjek and Fritjof clean, probably fighting for top 10. But it looks like the top 5 or 6 in this race probably are in pretty good shape for for 10th positions. But it could change tomorrow. If somebody has a mishap and has to have an 18, or if somebody can pull out a win, you can go quite a distance on the leaderboard in a short time.
Well, we're looking at a 57-meter lead from Johannes Polgar, Marcus Coy over the Brazilians Scheid and Prada. So 50 meters, Louis, lead from the leaders over second place. And we're just moving back into Fleet, having a little look in amongst it. You can see Negri and Lambertenghi. They're in a great position there, followed by Postma and Natucci. Melleby and Strube. Nice conservative little spot. They've bottom of our screen. They're in clean wind, and they're playing a very conservative, sensible regatta, and I would put good money on them being in the top 10 at the end of tomorrow. Very nice indeed. Rohart and Ponceau right in the middle of our screens. Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau, they're 4th overall after 6 races, so that they're in the running. They're looking pretty good contenders for the top 10 overall. Zabo and Moss, they've got a bit to do. The Marazzi brothers, Wright and Pedersen, they're having a good race here in race number 7. And further back, Hesbeek and Olsen bringing up the rear with Lobert and Rambeau, and right on the right-hand side, Maloney and Bjorn trying to find a little clean patch and carve a corner down towards the finish. So it's getting exciting on the final leg. We've got 0.6 nautical miles, just over a kilometre to go towards the finish. Louis, I'm not quite sure where you are on the race course. Louis Habib, our on-the-water commentator. I'm just wondering if you can just give us a little flavour of some of the battles going out there on the water. Louis Habib.
Well, right now, Digby, we're experiencing a bit of Italian driving from Luca in this powerful boat. My mind is sort of elsewhere at the moment. We're hammering it down to the bottom part, to the finish as it is, to see what's going on. And as you say, it's a German pair of Polgar and Coy that have got a big lead, you know, they're certainly not going to get touched. It's interesting to see that there's a big pack of boats sort of in the middle of the peloton, if you like. And I think that's where we're going to see some crucial action at the finish of this race. Polgar and Coy have got this one nailed for sure. I don't even think that the combined talents of Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, who are now in second place, are going to get anywhere near them. But The real deal is going on behind the leading boats, Digby. As you can see, not far off halfway down. So we're gonna keep zipping it down to the finish line and hopefully catch the action and the sights and smells of the last knockings of today. Over to you, Diggers.
Oh, thanks, Louis. That's fantastic. Well, we can tell you you're doing exactly 14.2 knots, and we've got you tracked beautifully. I think we might keep that tracker on all night, just see a little crazy weave around the bars and restaurants of Nassau. Thanks very much, Louis. We'll come back to you at the finish. So Polgar and Coy, super lead over Scheid and Prada. Kuznirovic and Zicki in third position, Meleby and Strube. But as you absolutely rightly say, Louis, in the middle of this screen here, there's a big pack battling away for the middle fleet. And as we've been talking about all today with Bill Allen, president of the Star Class, the mathematics and the points to make that top 10 cut is really strongly coming into play now, and that's where all the action is going to be. The danger men, really the crews in the most danger is Polgar and Coy, Hesbeck and Olesen, Kayard and Sperry, the Marazzi brothers, Hornos and Revkin, Szabo and Moss, Ed Wright, Pedersen, and PJ Postma and Eduardo Natucci. So those guys are the guys with most to lose at the moment. Everyone trying to get into that top 10 as the boats hammer down towards that bottom mark and the finish. And Wright and Pedersen having a nice, on the right-hand screen of our screen, having a nice race here. Negri, Lambertenghi, not such a great last race, but they're doing a nice result here. They're in fifth place in this race, and Meleby and Strube in fourth. So coming downwind, I think Louis is right, Bill. I don't think Scheid and Prada are going to catch them in this race. I think this one belongs to the Germans. But I don't want to eat my words as we see before our very eyes that lead decrease. But the Germans sailing absolutely beautifully in this race. Very close between second and third. Just a few meters between Scheid Prada and Kuznirovic and Zicki. The Brazilians and the Poles having a good old ding-dong battle down towards the finish line. So 50-meter lead for the Germans, Polgar and Coy. They're going to be pretty happy with that, particularly as going into this race they were 11th overall in the points series. So a win here is going to ramp them up the leaderboard tonight, and that's going to make them sleep a little bit easier tonight, Bill.
Yeah, huge. It's probably move them up to 7th or 8th, and the points are going to be such that it's going to be that much more difficult for somebody else to catch them. They've had a good day, and I know yesterday they were a little disappointed. They hadn't sailed stars a lot lately, and it was a little bit of a learning curve thing, but they seem to have gotten it together here. They were very fast upwind, held this 50-meter lead off the wind with Robert and Bruno. And I'm sure they are going to be very optimistic going into tomorrow and most likely on Saturday.
Well, the other German team here is Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen, 6th overall going into this race, and they're doing okay here. They're in 5th position. So it's funny how some of these races are great for the French and great for the position. This particular race is being great for the two German crews here. And we might just dial back into Louis Habib on the water. Polgar and Coy hammering down towards that finish. It's going to be reasonably interesting for the second and third position. I think Scheid and Prada are going to take this. They've got a few meters, at least 20 meters, 15 meters over Kuznirovic and Zicki. But Louis, back to you, mate, on the finish line.
Yeah, that's literally right. There you go. There's Polgar and Coy going through, and there's a big high five there. They were in trouble at the beginning today, let's be honest. And that win has definitely put them into the top 10, which is where they want to stay. And just coming through the line now is Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. Another fantastic day on the water for the Brazilian team. And Kuznetsy and Jutski, they come in third. And again, they were certainly looking in the danger zone beginning today, and that's consolidated their position. Big gap then, and it's the looks like the Norwegians will be coming through. But Negri and and Lambertegui have got a sudden rush of speed, and let's just hope that the Norwegian doesn't get pipped again on the line, but it looks like he might. He's absolutely desperately trying to keep the Italians out. The crew Stroom, he's pulled it. They pulled it off. They just beat Negri and Lambertini through. And then we have the other German pair that's come through. That's Staniek and Klein. Again, yeah, we've already mentioned them today because they've just stayed out of trouble and got those top results to stay where they are. Another lovely result there for Posma, the Dutchman, coming through. And Ed Wright as well. He's got in the top 10 there. Well done, Ed. Good way to finish the day. That's it for the water, Digby. I think we're about to get completely mobbed by all this lot after refueling up. We've got several cases of water, and we're about to give it out to the team. It's quite a laugh when they come over. There's a few slam dunks for the basketball players out there. But back to the studio.
Nice work, Louis. Thank you very much indeed. And just to carry on with the line crossers, after Wright and Pedersen, it was Postma and Natucci, two Finn sailors doing extremely well there. And then followed by Mendelblatt and Farty, Zabo and Moss, the two American crews, great star crews there. Rohart and Ponceau in 11th. Diaz and von Schwartz, where were they overall? Diaz and von Schwartz in today. Augie Diaz 8th overall, and so they've got a 12th here. They're on the borderline, but that's not too bad. They're not last, you know, that's pretty good news. Hornos and Revkin in 13th, Maloney and Bjorn in 14th, Marazzi brothers in 15th, Hespik and Olesen in 16th, Lobar, Rombo in 17th, and Austin Sperry, Paul Kayard in 18th. They won't be too happy. But quite interesting, just 2 minutes between first and last in a race that was an hour long. Incredibly close racing, Bill. It's getting pretty exciting. We'll be doing some mathematics and come up with some leaderboards, overall leaderboards after 7 races. But thank you very much to Louis out on the water. Bill, Alan, president of the Star Class. We're looking at a virtual picture of the Nassau in the Bahamas. It's a perfect place to sail and quite interesting racing, eh?
Yeah, it really is. People always ask me that, and I lived in Hawaii for 6 years, and I would say Hawaii is maybe a close second, but you certainly can't beat Nassau. The wind is just like Hawaii, actually. It's trade winds. It's 12 to 20 knots, depending upon the time of year. Not many shifts. Beautiful temperature. The water's 78 degrees, and I have to go back to Chicago where it's 21 degrees, so we're glad to be in Nassau. Star Class always looks for any opportunity to come to Nassau. We've been here roughly every 2 or 3 years for a long time. There's a tremendous tradition in Nassau and tremendous champions. Of course, Sir Durward Knowles being one of the Star Class icons. And we're always glad to get a chance to come back to Nassau for the sailing and the people. So it's great to be here and great to participate today.
Well, okay, we've done 2 days racing here, and we've completed 7 races in total. The race officers wanted to get ahead. So tomorrow, on Friday, it looks like we're going to have 2 races. The pressure is truly on in those 2 races. And then the crews get a bit of an overnight sleep, and the top 10 will go into the quarterfinal, the top 7 into the semi-final, and then those top 4 from that semi-final will go through to the final showdown with the prize money at stake, $40,000 US for first, 30,000 for second, 25 for third. The prize money is being divvied up right across the fleet, which is rather nice, all the way down to 18th place. But I think we're going to call it a day. If we'd recommend you stay on the starsailors.com for the overall results. They're being calculated as we speak after 7 races. But I think I'm writing saying that Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, with their worst result of a 4th, and here we are after 7 races. We've just pinged that on, and let's go down. Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertingui, that nice result for them. Mendelblatt and Farty, overall. Nice, consistent racing from these guys. Elvin Melby and Mark Strube in 4th overall. They're looking strong. Xavier Rohard, Pierre-Alexis Ponceau, followed by Mateusz Kuznierovic and Dominik Zicki. Robert Staniek and Frithjof Kleen in 7th. Johannes Polgar, Marcus Coy. That was some race from them to pull them up from 11th place right up into 8th place. Then Augie Diaz and John von Schwartz. Bill, I think that's a nice result for you. Going for the Americans there from Miami. Jonathan Lobert and Pascal Rambaud. Very good sailing from these guys. And then into the 11th place, the danger zone with 2 races to go. Andy Maloney and Tyler Bjorn. Remember that Andy Maloney has never sailed a star before, so this is pretty respectable. As is Ed Wright and Peter Pedersen. Ed, a Finn sailor, never sailed a star before. Michael Hespik and Klaus Olesson in 13th. George Szabo, Craig Moss in 14th. Flavio Marazzi and Renato Marazzi, the 2 brothers from Switzerland. They've got a little bit of work to do. But, you know, just look at the points on the right-hand side. The Swiss on 70, the top 10 on 61. So, you know, 2 races to go. They're not out of it. They are absolutely not out of it. And neither is PJ Potsmar and Eduardo Natucci. Paul Cayard, Austin Sperry down in 17th. Thomas Hornos, Josh Revkin in 18th overall. So we're going to wind up here. It's been a super, super day. Champagne sailing conditions. Thank you very much, Bill, for being with us. I'm very, very excited that Dennis Connor came into our little studio and said hi, and we'll do our very best to persuade Dennis to do a little bit of commentating tomorrow. He's always pretty good value, especially when you're live, as all the America's Cup press conferences have borne witness to over the years. And we're in for a pretty tasty 2 more days of sailing. Do come back tomorrow at about 10 to 11 in Bahamas time, and which is about 4 o'clock in the UK and various other times around the world. But you know what we're talking about. Come back to us tomorrow. It's all to play for. Big prize money at stake, and we're going to call it a day there. And thank you very much for staying with us.